of one thing: whatever is in the power of this president to do to prevent evictions, he is committed to doing.
Nancy? Thank you so much, Jean. So House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is still calling today for the administration to extend the eviction moratorium. She seems to believe that the administration can do it. So what is the disconnect here? Why does she believe you have the power to extend the moratorium, but the administration is arguing you don't?
Well, I would say that on this particular issue, the president's not only kicked the tires, he has double, triple, quadruple checked. He has asked the CDC to look at whether you could even do targeted eviction moratorium that just went to the counties that have higher rates, and they as well have been unable to find the legal authority for even new targeted eviction moratoriums. I mean, we share so much the goals of Speaker Pelosi and others on the Hill. You know, we mean this. This is a president who really understands the heartbreak of eviction. He is the reason why he is pressing and pressing, even when legal authority looks slim, is because he wants to make sure we have explored every potential authority. So this is, again, this is a president who is double, triple, and quadrupling this, and is not just, and is responding by then saying, if we don't have legal authority in some place,
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. We decided to start off this Tuesday on the West Coast. This is Seattle, Washington, a Live Now look. It is August 3rd, 2021. Some would say it is really late. Others would say it is really early. Regardless, we wanted to show you this vantage point right here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Hello, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm currently joining you from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day and wake up with us right here. I do have my coffee ready to go here on standby as I wake up with you as well this morning. We do have your morning brief ready to go. That's the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. But first, I do want to take a Live Now look at the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo, Japan, and that is because I do have some news for you this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Simone Biles will leave the Tokyo Olympics without a gold medal, but will still have a piece of U.S. Olympic history. Biles won a bronze medal in the event, that is the balance beam. She scored a 14.000 and was the third gymnast to compete. China finished 1-2 in the balance beam, with Guan Chen getting gold and Tang Jinjing winning silver. Guan had a 14.633 and Tang had a 14.233. Biles now has 7 Olympic medals, which is tied with Shannon Miller for the most by an American gymnast. It was Biles' first event since the all-around team final last week. Biles withdrew from the event after her vault attempt and subsequently pulled out of the individual all-around and 2 other apparatus events before committing to the balance beam final in the final women's gymnastics event of the Olympics. Biles received cheers for her gymnastics teammates as she was on the balance beam. She had one connection issue in her attempt, but never slipped and never faltered. She finished her performance with a double pike, managing to beat the twisties she and so many other gymnasts had talked about earlier in the week. So there you have it. We wanted to provide the latest there. Simone Biles finishing the Tokyo Olympics with a bronze medal in the balance beam. Go Team USA for sure. All right, everybody, let's take a Live Now look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. this morning. Again, welcome to Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. All right, well, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is looking to move quickly with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, saying he wants a vote on the deal by Thursday, just 2 days from now. The Senate will likely have one less GOP vote after Senator Lindsey Graham tested positive for COVID-19 yesterday. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest details on the efforts to push the package forward.
We certainly do hope that Senator Graham has a speedy recovery.
Senator Lindsey Graham is now quarantining after contracting COVID-19 despite being vaccinated. While Graham says he has mild symptoms, it's unclear how his 10-day absence will affect the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, a process Senate Democrats want to speed up.
Let's get it over to the House. Let's get it to the president's desk for his signature.
On Monday night, the Senate began voting on amendments to the bill, with August recess just days away. Some Republicans are warning against moving too quickly.
Members need time to digest this legislation, and then members need the opportunity to offer amendments.
As others praise the package.
This bill is a product that the American people can be proud of, and one that will benefit them and the next generation.
Democratic leadership is already looking ahead, though, to a partisan $3.5 trillion budget blueprint addressing health care and climate change, among other issues.
A bipartisan infrastructure bill is definitely necessary, but to many of us, it is not sufficient.
Republicans are slamming Democrats for linking the two bills.
Investment gets hurt when they link these two, but boy, they are just adamant about it in the House, and that's why I worry about this bill going forward.
Over the weekend, the federal government hit its authorized debt limit. On Monday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called on lawmakers to increase how much the nation can borrow, warning a failure to do so would be catastrophic. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News. We are live now in New York. New York, everybody, take a look at this gorgeous sunrise this morning. They were showing the New York City skyline just moments ago. That was gorgeous in and of itself, but they decided to turn east and take a look at the sunrise out there. Absolutely stunning this Tuesday morning. This is the beauty and magic of Live Now from Fox. We can go from the West Coast to the East Coast and everywhere in between just as quickly as a click of a button, or push of a button, I should say. Well, the White House is trying to put in place stricter COVID regulations. Many states, however, say they will not follow them. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the details.
If you get sick with the Delta variant, we estimate that you could infect about 5 other unvaccinated people, more than twice as many as the original strain.
And that's why officials want vaccinated people wearing masks indoors too.
But things are going to get worse.
But the White House insists not as bad as 2020.
We're not going back to the economy shutting down. We've made too much progress. Too many people are vaccinated. There's been too much progress on the economic front.
And to keep things open, the Biden administration really likes it when big businesses make rank and file get the shot.
I think it's really encouraging that we're seeing the private sector follow. I mentioned Walmart, Disney, and Google all announcing vaccine requirements. And there's dozens of other companies that are doing these types of actions to protect their workers as they come back to work.
In some states, Democratic leaders don't just want employees vaccinated, they want the customers too.
Private businesses, I am asking them and suggesting to them go to vaccine-only admission. Go to vaccine-only admission.
Back to school, things won't look much different this semester.
Adults, children, vaccinated or unvaccinated, everyone should be masked.
But that won't happen in South Carolina.
It's a blanket no mask. We're not going to do it unless the legislature comes in and passes a new law. This one lasts for 1 year, and there's no exceptions to it. And that's for schools now.
The administration has been leaning on trusted messengers to tell people how grave COVID-19 is, but they are confident 500 people can safely celebrate the 60th birthday of Barack Obama.
Is President Obama setting the wrong example about how serious COVID-19 is by hosting a big birthday party with hundreds of people this week?
I would note first that former President Obama has been a huge advocate of individuals getting vaccinated. When CDC has provided guidance on is for indoor settings in high or substantial high zones of COVID cases. This event, according to all the public reporting, is outdoors and in a moderate zone. But in addition, there is testing requirements and other steps they are taking.
I also asked the press secretary if there's any concern this party for the former president in Martha's Vineyard could become a super spreader event. After all, we've been told by public health officials that even fully vaccinated individuals can catch and then transmit the Delta variant. And she pointed out that most of the focus in these new CDC guidelines is about events indoors, and the president's party is outdoors. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, Peter, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. You heard him talk a little bit about schools there in that story you just watched. But for many students, a new school year is just weeks away. I know some are already back in the classroom, and many parents are wondering what a return to the classroom will look like. Yesterday, the Department of Education released its new roadmap for returning to in-person learning. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera is in Washington with the latest on the guidelines and why some are pushing back against them.
The debate over what the new school year should look like is gaining steam. A new set of guidelines from the Department of Education likely to fuel a growing divide among parents and educators nationwide. The possibility of mask mandates in some school districts taking center stage.
If you re-implement mask mandates, we will not be sending our students to school.
In its return to school roadmap, the Department of Education is backing the CDC's recommendation for mask wearing. The agency advising that all teachers and students wear masks indoors, regardless of vaccination status.
Hopefully, as we have vaccinations for kids and less disease in the community, we'll be able to scale back on the mask wearing.
Several states like Texas, Iowa, and South Carolina, though, have laws banning schools from requiring masks.
This ought to be up to the parents whether the children wear a mask when they go to school. That's a parent decision.
And there's the issue of vaccines. The Education Department is urging parents to get students 12 and older vaccinated before school begins. Some, though, questioning the legalities of potential vaccine mandates in education.
I do believe it's outside of what the school's authority is to do.
Others argue that schools and parents must do what they can to make sure children are safe.
Listen to the facts. Protect our children. How on earth is it even a difficult decision?
The Department of Education is also encouraging schools to use COVID-19 relief funds to improve ventilation, buy more PPE, and hire more employees like nurses to help keep schools healthy and safe. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
We are live now this morning, everybody, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, showing you the sunrise out there. I actually just went to fox6now.com. That is our Fox-owned and operated station out there. And it appears that the state fair is actually going to be beginning out there in Wisconsin on Thursday. So it'll be interesting to see such a highly attended event there while coronavirus cases due to the Delta variant continue to rise across the country. But I wanted to show you the stunning sunrise out there as well. All right, coming up next here, everybody, on Live Now from Fox, we are approaching 6:15 here on the East Coast. When the national ban on evictions expired over the weekend, the blanket of protection for millions of tenants was lifted, leaving folks with no place to go and scrambling for assistance. Now, already backed up courtrooms across the nation are expected to be even busier hearing eviction cases over the coming months. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has the story.
How are you? Millions of Americans are now facing eviction just days after the nationwide moratorium on evictions lapsed.
I was living in Riverside until today because they evicted me and gave me exactly 3 weeks to get out.
For the first time in months, court dockets filling up with eviction cases. 4 months behind on rent, Louis Vertens is now in a desperate situation. A judge giving him 3 weeks to vacate his apartment despite having nowhere to go.
But you got to work with people. Everybody's having hardships right now. Everybody needs a little bit of help from somebody.
Meanwhile, as a new wave of evictions is expected, some places like Cleveland County, a rural part of North Carolina, are not yet seeing an increase.
We thought we would be overwhelmed, and so far we have not been overwhelmed.
But he expects that to change. President Biden on Monday saying his administration is examining ways to reinstate some eviction protections. But for now, lawmakers urging states to use emergency aid provided by the federal government to help renters and landlords who lost income during the pandemic. But some landlords saying money is not the solution.
There comes a point where landlords will simply say, for example, if I were to take rent relief money now, I'm just going to be back here next month because the person has no more ability to pay in August or September or October or November.
Housing advocates expect the evictions to start slowly and significantly increase in the coming weeks and months. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. A look at the top items on parents' shopping lists for back to school. Fox Business Network's Charles Payne has that story and more in this most recent Fox Means Business report.
Stocks struggling on the first trading day of August. The Dow and the S&P 500 closed lower Monday, while the Nasdaq managed to finish in positive territory, but not by much. The markets were a lot higher earlier in the day, but gave up gains as investors weighed strong earnings versus the economic risk of the Delta variant. Gas prices are on the rise as we start a new work week. The national average cost for a gallon of regular is now $3.18. That's 2 cents more than it was this time last week. Contractors are shelling out more money to get homes built. The government says construction spending inched higher in June after dipping in May. The biggest jump came in spending for residential properties. And finally, as back-to-school plans are being made, a new report by the company Contigo is revealing the top items on parents' shopping list. They are hand sanitizer, mask, and disposable gloves. That's business. I'm Charles Payne.
We are taking a Live Now look, everybody, this Tuesday morning at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Plenty more in your morning brief when you return. We're airing the top stories from across the country that you might want to know about as you start your day. We'll be right back.
It's up, and away. The TSA reporting a new pandemic record for air travel with more than 2.2 million passengers flying on Sunday. It's the largest number of travelers screened since February 2020. While more people are flying, airlines are facing some turbulence on the ground. Staffing shortages tied to the pandemic are forcing some airlines to cancel hundreds of flights, leaving stranded passengers to ask, what happened to the friendly skies?
This was the worst experience ever.
Low-cost carrier Spirit says both bad weather and, quote, operational problems caused them to cancel roughly 300 flights. And as the departure board lit up red, so did the countless passengers forced to wait hours in long lines just to get home.
This line, I started back there last night at midnight. I got to the front at 9 a.m. this morning.
So you were on the line for 9 hours?
9 hours. I'm about to cry.
With vaccinations on the rise, international travel is also ramping up. Fully vaccinated Americans can now fly to the United Kingdom without being required to quarantine upon arrival.
We're showing that the vaccine is our passport to freedom, that we can start to open up to other countries.
While travel demand is booming, officials are eager to stop the virus from spreading any further. New York now plans to mandate all airport and public transit workers get vaccinated or face weekly testing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
We are live now in Port Canaveral, Florida. Everybody, Tuesday morning, you can see the sunrise out there. Disney cruise liner for sure. There are clouds in the area, and that is because we are experiencing some weather. It was certainly raining this morning coming into work. In Central Florida, Orlando in particular, currently 76, and like I said, there are some showers moving across the state, impact our neighbors to the southwest, Tampa, all the way up to a little bit of Jacksonville. Well, I'm going to go see exactly how long our showers could be lasting. 9 a.m., 50 chance, noon, 70% chance, and a little bit later this afternoon, around 5, 80% chance. So we're going to be experiencing some showers throughout the day. When you live in Florida, you can't really expect much different. All right, we're going to continue on with the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. We're talking about an industry that was hit by the pandemic, and now they too are trying to rebound. The hotel industry is making a comeback. Nightly stays are booking up quickly again, and the need for it is higher than ever. It's good news after the industry took a huge hit during the pandemic. Fox News reporter Stephanie Bennett has more on what the boom in business means for hiring.
Well, I came out here today to look for a new opportunity.
David Williams is hoping to make an impression, to land a new career in an exciting new field.
Just looking for something new to spice it up.
He's attending the Fairmont Scottsdale Princesses job fair.
Just break out of my comfort zone, you know, past years with COVID, everyone's been in the house, so it helped me step outside and get back to who I used to be, really.
We've actually been offering some jobs on the spot already today, so very exciting.
This hotel is the largest and longest running AAA 5-diamond resort in Arizona, and like many others, the pandemic overstayed its welcome.
We actually started with 1,200 employees last year, went down to 28. Basically overnight. A lot of people went on furlough, so as soon as we could, even starting last summer, we started inviting everyone back.
Across town at the Arizona Grand Resort and Spa, they were working at just 1% capacity in April 2020. Now demand is growing again. They're offering higher than normal wages to entice new employee applicants.
We just had to go raise our housekeeping rate to $20, which is, I think, the highest in the market. We had a wonderful reaction, and we're finally starting to hire some fantastic housekeepers.
Across Arizona, hotel occupancy is at 61% for the first half of the year, which is slightly below normal. Statewide, the tourism and hospitality industry has been the hardest hit, as they're still down 33,500 jobs.
So we have a workforce issue. A lot of people that were displaced during the pandemic have either chosen to switch industries or just, not come back. We've really had to work to attract new workers to the hospitality industry that maybe never considered tourism as a career.
If you're looking for a job, well, now is the time to apply. Many companies are offering hiring bonuses and other incentives. In Scottsdale, Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I oftentimes refer to the set here, the desk in particular, as mission control. That's because whoever your host is, well, you don't just see us or hear us. We are in control of the entire show. I'm talking audio, graphics, video, everything, anything. It's like we do the work of 3 people or more up here at the set. But the whole show, huge team effort, a lot of people behind the scenes. We've got producers, we've got managing editors, we had interns over the summer as well, and this show would not be possible without the help of our Fox owned and operated stations across the country that provide us stories and coverage and live reports as well that we can bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to head south to the U.S.-Mexico border. That's where Fox's Bill Malugin has been filing a lot of reports about the current situation with the migrant surge and the COVID concerns.
Stunning footage from our Fox drone team in Mission, Texas Sunday afternoon shows a massive group of migrants, the largest we have ever seen, being held by Border Patrol under Angel Duas Bridge, right near a popular Rio Grande crossing area. The group, at least 1,000 strong, waiting in the brutal Texas heat to be processed. As a Border Patrol source tells Fox News, more than 8,000 migrants were apprehended in the Rio Grande Valley alone over the weekend. Sunday night in La Jolla, we witnessed a group of more than 200 migrants giving themselves up to border agents. Many of the young children in that group were coughing, as COVID-19 cases have surged 900% amongst migrants in the Rio Grande Valley in July. Monday morning, our drone was right back over Angel Duas Bridge, where that massive group was still waiting. As DHS sources tell us, Border Patrol stations have been 585% over capacity in the McAllen area, and that mass releases are now underway. We witnessed some of those mass releases in downtown McAllen on Monday. All day long, we watched Border Patrol buses arrive every 30 minutes to drop off hundreds of migrants at Catholic Charities of the Rio Grande Valley. The charity then walked migrants across the street to McAllen Central Station, where they are given bus tickets to travel elsewhere in the United States. And Fox News has now learned of a second local hotel where the charity is housing COVID-positive migrants, this time in Weslaco. City officials there say they recently found out the charity has been quietly housing infected migrants at this Texas Inn in Weslaco without ever being told by the charity. The White House says they are taking precautions.
Migrants are required to keep masks on at all times. If anyone exhibits signs of illness in CBP custody, they're referred to local health systems for appropriate testing, diagnosis, isolation, and treatment.
And this evening, the Biden administration announced they are officially extending Title 42. That is the Trump-era COVID-19 policy that allows Border Patrol to remove migrants back to Mexico immediately on the basis of public health. I also reached out to the director of that local Catholic charity here and asked her, how many COVID-19 positive migrants are you guys placing in local hotels? She told me she has been advised not to comment. Reporting in Mission, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
We are taking a live now look, everybody, at the borderland. This is El Paso, Texas. Right on the other side of El Paso is Juarez, Mexico. So this is also at the U.S.-Mexico border. We do have an update to provide to you here this morning. It has been 2 years since the mass shooting at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas. It was one of the deadliest in modern U.S. history. It unfolded at a Walmart around 11 a.m. on a Saturday morning, as a 21-year-old suspect allegedly opened fire on the store, initially killing at least 20 and injuring another 27. That death toll rose to 22 after a victim died at a hospital a couple days later. The 2 additional people who were wounded died 2 days later. Police had added that among those injured in the incident was an infant with broken bones. 13 U.S. citizens, 7 Mexican nationals were among those killed, police told reporters 2 days after the shooting. The Walmart was near capacity at the time of the shooting, with hundreds of shoppers inside, along with 100 employees during the busy back-to-school shopping season. This is aerial footage there of that Walmart. Back out to the memorial footage here. We will continue to follow any updates that we can from you out of El Paso, but I think a lot of people are going to be reflecting, remembering, honoring the victims today. From an article I can find from February 6th of last year, the Walmart massacre suspect was indicted on 90 counts, including federal hate crimes. Again, any and all developments we can get out of El Paso, Texas today, 2 years since the mass shooting at a Walmart, we'll have for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. They are trying to adjust the camera out there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to provide us the best sunrise live picture possible out there. Pretty cool for sure. I have never been to Wisconsin. I would love to head out there soon. All right, well, millions of wells once drilled deep into the earth to extract oil and gas are now taking a devastating toll on the environment. Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has more on the harmful chemicals leaking from these rusted pipes and why there may not be an easy fix.
But they're also helping to destroy it. The Environmental Protection Agency says millions of forgotten oil and gas wells are currently leaking toxins into the land, drinking water, and air, causing problems for wildlife, landowners, and more.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
The issue is especially real for rancher Ashley Williams Watt, whose land is littered with dozens of old pipes starting to burst, releasing chemicals like methane gas, which dramatically contributes to global warming, and benzene, which can cause cancer.
We suspect 20 more, 40 more, 50 more. Like the unknowns out here, that's the terrifying part.
For years, experts have used cement to seal off pipes once most of the oil and gas is extracted, but they can come undone over time. The EPA estimates there are at least 3.2 million abandoned wells in the U.S., with 2.1 million that were never sealed off. But the crisis goes beyond Watt's property. Leaking abandoned wells exist all around the world.
This isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia, this is California, this is Gulf of Mexico, this is Aberdeen, Scotland, this is Middle East.
And experts say hundreds of thousands of pipes were drilled before officials started keeping proper records of their locations, making them hard to find and even harder to fix. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. This is your Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021 edition. A lot of kiddos already back in the classroom. For those who are not, they are preparing to make a return here pretty soon. I know a lot of Central Floridians, they return to the classroom next week, August 10th, exactly 1 week from today. So they're soaking up the final moments of summer. My nieces, my nephews out in Arizona, they have already returned to the classroom. So I wish everybody a fantastic school year. I am here at the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look from the SunTrust camera out here in Orlando as well. A lot different looking picture from Milwaukee. Instead of bright sunny skies, we're seeing some cloudy skies out there and some very interesting hues of blue for sure. It's kind of like they match my dress today. All right, everybody, we are continuing on. Top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about as you start your day. The crime crisis is intensifying in America's big cities. In Queens, New York, police are looking for 2 gunmen who escaped on mopeds after shooting at least 10 people outside of a laundromat. Just one of the many harrowing crimes to occur over the weekend. Fox News correspondent Brian, I believe it's Yenis, has more from New York.
Stop reaching for it, dude. Louis, you got his hand? Louis. Oh,
This is body camera footage capturing the moment an NYPD lieutenant was shot in the ankle during a violent struggle between 4 NYPD officers and an armed gang member in the Bronx Friday night. The gang member was arrested 25 times prior, but was free on bail after a November gun arrest. Meanwhile, a manhunt is underway after 2 men dressed in hoodies and wearing face masks opened fire on a sidewalk in Queens, New York, Saturday night. 10 people were shot before 2 accomplices on mopeds helped the shooters flee the scene.
The neighborhood is getting worse.
And on Sunday morning, a man was shot and wounded during an armed robbery in downtown Manhattan. It was yet another violent weekend in New York City, where there have been 867 shootings this year. That's up 18% compared to last year, up 102% compared to 2019. Mayoral candidates Republican Curtis Sliwa and Democratic frontrunner Eric Adams addressed the violence today.
We have to tell gangs that they are not controlling our city.
Other cities would come to the NYPD gang unit to share information. That no longer occurs.
Surging gun violence is affecting major cities nationwide. A panicked crowd ran for their lives after 5 people were shot on Bourbon Street Sunday. And in Chicago, at least 5 people were killed and 50 shot over the weekend.
Too many violent repeat offenders are being released back into these communities, creating a sense of lawlessness and no consequences for their behavior.
Back here in New York City, 33 people were shot and 6 were killed over the weekend. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo today said crime in the city is out of control, but he offered no new specific proposals today on how to crack down on it. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Thanks for that update, Brian. We're taking a live now look at the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois. I love this camera vantage point right off the lake there. Since last week, though, I think something has actually been on the camera lens, which is why you've got a little bit of a dark spot there. It looks like a dark cloud on the bottom right portion of your screen. The reason I took you out to Chicago is because Fox 32 filed this next segment. They interviewed a top doc in the city on COVID-19. It's Dr. Allison Arwady, especially after Lollapalooza took place this weekend.
We know the Delta variant is spreading literally like chickenpox right now, and critics are worried that Lollapalooza could be what some say is a super spreader.
Okay, so that said, both the mayor and Dr. Allison Arwady are offering us some reason for optimism. Danes reported this morning there is word that there's no plans for another lockdown. We want to welcome in the good doctor, Chicago's top doc this morning. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's get right into this. Given the safety protocols we know were in place this past weekend, how confident are you, doctor, that we're not going to see what some are calling a Lala surge?
So certainly we will see some cases associated with this event just because there are hundreds of thousands of people. But let me tell you, more than 90% of the folks attending Lollapalooza were fully vaccinated and the rest were recently tested. If 90% plus of Chicagoans were fully vaccinated, we'd probably be putting COVID behind us. So we'll be watching closely and certainly, following up here. But really, I feel good about the fact that we required that for this event. And we know we got a lot of young people vaccinated to attend the event.
Now, we know that the mayor had said that if we get to 200 cases, that would be of concern. But we understand, according to the Tribune, that we reached that on Friday, and yet Lala continued. So yesterday you said this surge is different from the past two and that we need to put it all into context. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So getting over 200 cases did push us into this moderate substantial risk territory that the CDC had defined. But to be perfectly honest, we would have killed for 200 cases and 3% positivity for all of last year before a vaccine was available. There were only 13 days in the whole year last year where we were under 200 cases. And so really the one change that we've made is while we get through this Delta surge, we've asked first, folks, obviously, please get vaccinated if you haven't. This is so contagious. But secondly, we've asked everyone to put those masks back on in indoor spaces, right? Which would not have applied to Lala, but is important just while we're getting through the surge. I have no intention, we have no goal of shutting down, but we do need to be careful. And it means the combination of those two things right now while we ride out this surge.
I really think people right now, more than ever in this pandemic, they really need to be mindful of the difference between misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of people out there who are operating under false assumptions. What do you want people to know this morning about some of the things they may be hearing which are patently false?
Yeah, so I hear a lot about this, and I encourage people, if you're reading something online or you're hearing something that sounds really scary, please talk to a healthcare provider, a doctor, a pharmacist, someone you know and trust who has the information. If you're hearing that this causes problems with fertility, it does not. If you are hearing that there is a microchip in it, there is not. If you're hearing that there have been thousands and thousands of deaths from people getting the vaccine, that's just not true. I know you might not take my word for it, but please go online to trusted, reputable sources, any of the doctor websites, any of the medical societies, or talk to a healthcare provider and get your questions answered. It's very natural. I want you to have questions about it. I just want to make sure that you're talking to somebody who has looked at the science, who understands the risk, and you're not just taking for granted something that you might be reading on Facebook, for example, because I know there is a lot of disinformation that's circulating out there.
Well, there are growing reports about these breakthrough cases among people who are fully vaccinated. And so that said, with people who went to this event, what time are you looking at where we could start to see people showing or feeling symptoms? Are we talking 3 days, 10 days, 14 days? And then with that, I want to ask you, how do you do contact tracing? Because so many people came into Chicago from out of town.
Yeah, so the good news is we have excellent contact tracing in place. And even before COVID, we had a good system for tracking people across the country. Behind the scenes, there's a system that keeps everybody's data private, but allows us to exchange whenever we're having an outbreak with movement across the country. That said, we'll be following, there can be, the reason we have quarantine for 10 days is it can take that long for symptoms to appear. We'll have a sense in a week or so. And like I said, we expect to see some cases. If people are having symptoms of COVID, not just related to Lala, related to any of the other large gatherings, related to just the fact we have a lot more COVID in the city right now, although again, good compared to where we were last year. We just want you to stay home and get a COVID test, the same recommendation that we've been giving. Don't assume it's a cold, take a test, and if you're vaccinated, you know, the concern is low, but it's no vaccines 100%. 99.9% of the people who have been vaccinated have not developed COVID. So we're hearing a lot about these breakthrough infections. They do remain rare. Get the vaccine, please. And if you've got symptoms, no matter who you are, no matter where you've been, just take a test. You can get one on DoorDash even. It's very easy at this point.
If you had the ear doctor of business owners here in Chicago who are calling people back to the office, and those office workers are saying, wait a minute, look what's happening with Delta. It's too soon, boss. What would you tell them about perhaps letting them continue to work remotely, at least for the time being?
Yeah, so depending on what kind of situation a workplace is, there may be different considerations there. I can tell you the Chicago Department of Public Health is back full-time in person. We obviously have a very high vaccination rate here. We've had masks in the office in public settings all along here just to add an extra layer of safety. I feel very comfortable with that, again, with where we are, putting this in some context. The most important thing is if your employees are highly vaccinated and if you're working to make sure that where the public is coming in, they're vaccinated and or right now during the surge have a mask on, that risk is relatively low. But if you've got a lot of folks who are not vaccinated and or you're not, you know, checking to make sure that the people who may be coming in a public setting are not protected, you know, there is some more risk there. But I feel, you know, we've been back, you know, for a long time here and not had issues.
All right. Well, Chicago's top doc, Dr. Allison Arwady, we want to thank you for coming on this morning because you've probably answered a lot of questions that a lot of people who have been talking over the weekend saw it on social media. I even posted about the concern myself. I'll admit people are watching this very closely, and we appreciate you taking the time to come on the show.
Absolutely. Vaccines are free, available. Give us a call. We'll set one up at your house. No charge. Thanks.
And on a personal note, the green looks fabulous. Thank you, doctor.
All right, everybody, before we toss to a commercial break, I do want to show you the Windy City there one more time. This is a live look here on Live Now from Fox. Let you know what we have coming up here pretty soon this morning. We are minutes away from having a live update with Fox 35 Orlando about the Spirit airline cancellations, hundreds of flights impacting travelers across the country. At 7:10 this morning, we are going to have a live interview about the future of remote video chatting, and at 7:30, Dr. Mike Srigliano is going to be joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Good morning, Pilar. This has been going on at Orlando International since Sunday. So there have been people who have been stranded here for hours, and it looks like the situation hasn't changed here. You can see that these are Spirit airline customers right now waiting in line to get on flights here. I've been standing here for about 2.5 hours now, and when I hear people walk by me, they are very, very frustrated, talking about canceled flights, several delays, things like that. I've seen a couple of small arguments break out between Spirit passengers and Spirit airline workers here. So it's a very tense and frustrated situation at the airport. The airline says these cancellations and delays are due to weather and operational delays. That's all that they've told us so far, and they said that in a tweet. The company released a statement saying it is working around the clock to fix these issues that have affected flights yesterday and Sunday. And Spirit has given passengers a voucher so that they could stay in the air in a hotel overnight. And people that we talked to say that this really wasn't enough for them. We've actually interviewed people who have been moved to tears over this situation. We've seen very many frustrated people using cuss words and things like that. So we're just going to stay out here at the airport and see what happens with these passengers, if they get on flight soon, and if we get any updates from Spirit Airlines to see if there are any resolutions to this problem here. Yeah, Jessica, I've definitely flown Spirit Airlines before. I know it is a budget airline. What I didn't know is that it was Florida-based. So definitely a lot of people keeping eyes on Florida right now with these cancellations, and many more people are taken back to the skies. So very frustrating indeed. Thank you so much for that update. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody, we are back out here taking a live look at SunTrust's camera, downtown Orlando, Florida. You know, despite the clouds and the rain that are moving through the area, it is still a gorgeous morning for sure. Now, the Starliner launch, if you are wondering, it is set for 1:20 this afternoon here from the Space Coast. So a lot of people keeping their fingers crossed that the launch will actually be able to happen today, despite the weather. So again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. It is time for some more updates from our Fox owned and operated stations across the country. So next, we're going to head on over to Fox 4 News in Dallas, Texas, where they're taking an in-depth look at the Delta variant that we keep hearing about here on Live Now from Fox. It's much more contagious, more likely to break through protections afforded by the vaccines, and may cause more severe disease than all other known versions of the virus. That's according to an internal presentation circulated within the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Let's get the latest from Fox 4 News in Dallas.
Coronavirus becomes more prevalent. We're learning more about how it works and why you should worry if you are not vaccinated. Good morning to Dr. Mohana Krishnan Satyamurthy, cardiologist and chair of the internal medicine department at the TCU UNT Health Science Center School of Medicine. That is a mouthful, Dr. Mo. Well, we knew Delta was more contagious. Now we know it can also be more serious if you get it.
That's right. I think the simplest way for us to all think about this is the first wave of variants that we saw with coronavirus back last year when this pandemic started are like running on lawnmower engines. This particular variant is like a 454 big block engine. It really has a lot of horsepower, and it's very virulent, it's very transmissible, and it certainly has all of us in healthcare very concerned.
A lot of skeptics will hear about breakthrough cases, people who are vaccinated still get infected with COVID-19, and to them, that's proof that the vaccines don't work, so why bother?
Yeah, that's actually, it's unfortunate that's evolving as a potential conception. The fact of the matter is, with vaccines that are available, particularly the mRNA advanced vaccines, the Pfizer and Moderna versions that we're all familiar with now, 7-8 months into our vaccination efforts, these are incredibly protective. And so depending on which study that we reference, we're still seeing significant protection among folks vaccinated, particularly with the mRNA vaccines, against this Delta variant. Now, not quite as, let's say, powerful as the first few strains against which we were seeing effectiveness reported from, but certainly significant protections conferred.
We also now learned from the CDC that vaccinated people, like you, like me, may be able to catch the virus and then transmit it to other people?
Yeah, that's a great question, Tim. And oftentimes folks used to wonder why I may have chosen to wear a mask, particularly in my clinical settings, et cetera, where I'm in an office. And that really answers this fundamental question, which is the ability of this particular variant to escape your immune system's ability to mitigate virus in the upper respiratory system, up in your nasopharynx and upper mouth. It's where the virus tends to harbor. We're starting to see evidence that maybe the current group of vaccines that we have are not quite as effective at preventing accumulation of viral particles in those areas. And so that's why some of the recent CDC recommendations focus back on really important and responsible choices related to wearing masks.
How should we be changing our behavior? You mentioned the masks, and I know that Beth and I went into one of our favorite little neighborhood restaurants over the weekend, and we walked in wearing masks, and we were the only ones wearing masks.
Yeah, sometimes it's not too bad to be the only one, and I would say honestly to all of our viewers in this group, I would probably follow a very similar process to protect myself and our family. So as much as we simply can't stand this idea of wearing these cloth coverings, they're one of our very best mechanisms of protecting ourselves, even if you're vaccinated. Some of this came from a study that was reported and data that was reported out of Provincetown in Massachusetts among a very highly vaccinated population of folks. There was an outbreak among folks that were vaccinated. Mm-hmm. Now, the good news among that from that report was severe illness was significantly mitigated in that group of vaccinated individuals that came down with this Delta variant, as were hospitalizations. So a significant downward shift. You're about 7 times less likely to get infected with one of the vaccines, particularly the messenger RNA vaccines, and you're about 20 times less likely to get serious illness. And that's with current data.
Dr. Mo, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. The Delta.
We are taking a live now look, everybody, at what's supposed to be Clearwater Beach, Florida. I don't know how clear that water is right now. You can see storms are moving through the area. It has been raining this morning in Florida. It will continue to rain, not just this morning, but later on in the afternoon as well, even into the early evening hours. I was hearing 5 p.m. we have an 80% chance of rain there. So as you can see, very difficult to make out the pier. Not a whole lot of people on the beach unless they enjoy getting soaked while they're out there. And yeah, there's some raindrops hitting the lens out there as well. So interesting to see the lights there that are underneath the pier that shine into the water. But I have never seen a storm going through Clearwater Beach. The air quality doesn't look that great out there right now, but the storm's moving through, cloud coverage out there. Things are just a little bit darker, not all sunshine out there at Clearwater Beach like we are used to seeing. There's a reason I took you out there, everybody. That's because this next segment is from Fox 13 News in nearby Tampa. They're talking about back to school stress. Yeah, believe it or not, a lot of students feel it.
Well, students are getting ready to return to school, and it may be a time of stress and anxiety, not only for them, but also for their parents. And joining us now from the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay is President and CEO Clara Reynolds. Clara, it was certainly a tough year last year with adjustments to in-person and online education. So what are some of the issues kids may be facing as we begin another school year?
Well, I mean, certainly a lot of uncertainty, not knowing what's going to happen with this COVID variant, on top of the fact that for many kids, they haven't been in school since before spring break of 2020. So there's a lot of nervousness and concern. Will I know anybody? Will I be able to make friends? All of those issues are really plaguing a lot of children as well as their families as we start going back to school.
All right, so how can parents help their kids kind of ease into this school year in a healthy manner?
Yeah, make sure you're talking to your kids. Ask them how they're feeling about returning to school, and make sure that you've got a plan. Remind your child how they can stay safe in school. Get them hand sanitizers. Remind them to wash their hands. Make sure they have masks available, and talking to your child's teachers so that you know what the school's plan is to keep everybody safe. Because as we know, there are many children who are not eligible for vaccinations yet, and so there are concerns by parents that kids may contract contract the virus themselves or bring it home. So just make sure as a family you've talked about this and you've got some sort of plan in place to address all of these issues before the very first day.
So how about parents? What are their anxieties going into this school year for their kids and actually for themselves too?
All right, everybody. Looks like we had a little bit of difficulty there playing back that file for you here on Live Now from Fox. So we carry on. Taking a Live Now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Fox's Doug Luzader joining us right now to talk about the vaccine push coming from the Biden administration.
Well, there are still some persistent vaccine holdouts out there, but the White House did finally reach a goal that they've been aiming for months.
Just today, we hit 70% of adults with at least one shot.
The White House COVID coordinator talking about finally hitting an intermediate vaccination goal that we were supposed to reach nearly a month ago. And while the administration says there is not a federal vaccine mandate in the works, some public officials are leaning on businesses to require vaccinations.
Private businesses, I am asking them and suggesting to them go to vaccine-only admission. Go to vaccine-only admission.
With Delta variant COVID cases quickly on the rise, Louisiana became the first state to once again mandate the use of face masks indoors. That follows the lead of a number of cities around the country. But hours after Washington, D.C.'s city mandate went into effect, the mayor, Muriel Bowser, was photographed at a wedding apparently violating her own orders. On Capitol Hill, South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham contracted COVID despite being vaccinated. It came after he attended a get-together with other lawmakers aboard Senator Joe Manchin's boat.
We were outside, okay? And we were all, everybody's been vaccinated, so, we're saying, and, I talked to Lindsey today, he's fine.
And the president is coming under more pressure from far-left members of Congress who are pushing to extend a federal eviction moratorium that just expired.
What are we doing to our people? What are we doing? This is unconscionable.
And also caught in the middle on this, many landlords who have been struggling to pay mortgages without rent payments. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks for that update, Doug. We're taking a Live Now look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, everybody. You see New Yorkers there. I remember during the height of the pandemic last year, the streets, they were barren. That is no longer the case. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Back here, everybody, on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go from New York, out to the White House. The latest press briefing with Jen Psaki and other officials as coronavirus cases across the country surge, and they are trying to get more Americans vaccinated.
With our normal series of events. With that, go ahead, Jean.
Thank you. It's good to be back. You know, our president so deeply believes that every avoidable eviction of an American family hurt by this pandemic is an avoidable heartbreak and harm to a family's economic security and dignity. And he has worked and instructed us from day one to do everything within our power to prevent unnecessary evictions for those who have been hurt through this pandemic. What I wanted to do today is just give you a little background on the statement that is coming out today that deals with both evictions, our executive actions, and the emergency rental assistance plan for state and local governments. On evictions, the president has long fought for an eviction moratorium. He actually proposed extending eviction moratorium to September 30th when he came into office, and I believe that was not possible due to reconciliation rules, but that was his initial policy position he put forward. He has also supported the CDC extending their eviction moratorium first from January 20th to May 31st, then from May 31st until June 30th. And then even when there was legal questions and legal risk, he supported them extending it through July 31st. Unfortunately, Supreme Court declared on June 29th that the CDC could not grant such an extension without clear and specific congressional authorization. But given the rising urgency of the spread of the Delta variant, the president has asked all of us, including the CDC, to do everything in our power to look for every potential legal authority we can have to prevent evictions. To date, the CDC director and her team have been unable to find legal authority even for a more targeted eviction moratorium that would focus just on counties with higher rates of COVID spread. But again, the president's focus is for us to do everything within our power, or I should say everything within anyone's power to help prevent unnecessary, unavoidable, and painful evictions. One of the things that he is requesting today is that state and local governments extend or pass eviction moratoriums to cover the next 2 months. Right now, 1 out of 3 renters who are behind in the rent are actually protected beyond the federal eviction moratorium by extended state and local evictions moratoriums. The president is asking that all governors and mayors follow suit and extend moratoriums for for 2 months. 2, this president is asking that his departments that provide mortgage-backed lending extend whatever eviction moratoriums they have the power to extend. So that covers USDA and VA and HUD. 3rd, we have already announced that those with federally backed mortgages may not evict without 30 days of notice. But today the president is going further in a statement Friday and by the cabinet members and in his instruction today, he is asking that USDA, VA, and HUD and the Treasury Department as well make clear that those who benefit from government-backed mortgages or even tax relief related to housing should not seek evictions without first seeking the emergency rental assistance funding that allows that makes landlords completely whole that can pay up to 18 months of forward and back rent and utilities, that we want anybody who's got a government-backed mortgage to seek that type of relief. Finally, as the congressional leadership discussed and asked, we are going to do an all-agency review to make sure that we understand any potential reason why state and local governments are not getting funds out, and making sure that we are using all authorities, whatever federal authority that we have, to prevent evictions. On the state and local relief, as you know, there was $25 billion in initial emergency rental assistance. Again, this is the rental assistance that can make landlords completely whole and also keep families safely housed. It is a win-win solution. Unfortunately, on January 19th, the Trump administration left by putting in place a completely unworkable, high documentation guidelines that would have never worked. So immediately, Treasury cleared up those guidelines and got the remaining funds out. After that, the president, as part of the American Rescue Plan, added another $21.5 billion of emergency rental assistance. Now, we have stressed, and the president has continued to stress, that state and local governments must do more, all of them, to accelerate the funding to these renters and landlords, particularly as we face the end of the eviction moratorium and the rise of the Delta variant. Now, we recognize this is not an easy task. We as a country have never had a national infrastructure or national policy for preventing avoidable evictions. Matthew Desmond, many of you know, the author of Evictions, has estimated that 3.6 million evictions are filed every year in non-pandemic years, and often for amounts as little as $500 or $600 of back rent. So we realize that state and local governments are often being asked to set up some programs from scratch. But we have listened to their concerns. We have listened to the concerns of others in the housing community, and we have responded. On May 7th and June 24th, we put forward significant guidance that made it clear that you can have simplified applications. You do not have to have documentation for income or non-traditional income or to show your hardship. We put out things that allowed you to pay landlords in bulk payments or utilities for many tenants, and that you could use the funds not only to keep people in their homes, but to make sure that you could help people find new housing or help those homeless or at risk of being homeless. With these reforms, we have seen many states and localities start to succeed, from Louisville to Houston at Harris County to Virginia, to the state of Virginia. Many places are succeeding. We did see.
All right, everybody, again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. We are all about live interviews here and updates. That is who we are and what we do. So currently joining us right now is the general manager of Blue Jeans by Verizon. It's Eric. I hope I get your last name right. Is it Spadafora? You are joining us from Detroit, Michigan. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. You got it right. Thank you for having me on today.
Hey, first question I have for you. What is Blue Jeans by Verizon?
Yeah, so Blue Jeans by Verizon is our video enablement service. It's a global video platform that does meetings, events, purpose-built vertical solutions, as well as interoffice gateways to make sure that no matter what system you're on or want to be on, we can make that video experience connect globally for our customers.
That is great news. Ever since the pandemic started, I feel like video conferencing has just taken off. And of course, we all know there's multiple different platforms. But now that some people are going back to the office, why is video conferencing still important?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, the pandemic basically institutionalized video for all corporate users. It's no longer a nice to have. It became a requirement near overnight. Now, as we look at the next phase of living with this COVID-19 pandemic, there is a desire to return to office. I know I've been with my team face to face, and it's pretty exciting but you have to have the right tools such that those that are not in the office can't be, or your team has now become more distributed, have the right set of tools that they can use to ensure that the collaboration, enablement, and production, as well as the efficiency, stays high. That's one aspect. That's the business aspect. The personal employee aspect is nearly 70% of workers have indicated their preference to continue to work at least a few days a week remotely. There is a work-life balance, or just a life balance, as virtual meetings have become meetings. So I think it's more important now than ever to have the right tool set to continue to move business forward and make sure your employees have the right tools to do their job.
Absolutely. I feel a lot of employees are liking the flexibility and the possibility of being hybrid, doing some remote work and some in-person work. But do you expect there to be a drop-off of users as workers do ease back into the office?
Not necessarily. I think you're gonna see a different way of working. So, being at your laptop or your computer in the office seems a little bit dated. So enabling room systems such that you can collaborate while still being on video with a distributed work group is going to be what we see as the next phase of hybrid working. We want to make sure that when people go back, they don't sit at their cubes by themselves to join a video conference. That's not at all what we're seeking to enable. Genes by Verizon, again, we can tie in existing room systems, leverage existing technology, and bring together an immersive experience. No matter where you are, you as an employee will have the right ability to collaborate and innovate with this tool set.
I have to say, I remember being a teenager. I'm not going to say what year it was. But speaking to a friend over the old-fashioned telephone and being like, oh, I so wish that I could see you right now. So the fact that this is so commonplace today is still like mind-blowing to me, right? And I do want to talk about how can video conferencing be productive, not just in the office, but also at home.
Yeah. So look, you need the right setup. You need the right kit. You've got to have the right audio and video, and making sure it's high quality. That's kind of our brand promise to our customers, and make sure it's secure and also globally scalable. A lot of the work functions have been distributed across the globe. It's been more evident than ever before. So having the right, surrounding elements, both here, but as we're returning to office, we're finding a lot of equipment that has not been touched in a few years, hasn't been updated, and perhaps is not set up for full time, all the time, always on, video. So we'll work with our customers to make sure we're there, but staying hyper productive is what we've been, but still balancing that out with the human interaction. That's what the next phase of video conferencing is all about.
A term that we heard a lot during the pandemic is frontline workers. How can video play a role in supporting them both in the field and in mobile environments?
Yeah, this is where I think it gets really interesting. So video conferencing, we're on it now. We've all been on it for the last, 2 years, pretty much consistently. We talked about what hybrid working looks like for a traditional, office worker and collaborative worker. But let's talk about field workers for a second. Computer vision, artificial intelligence, the ability to take video and ingest it into an AI-based environment requires peripherals at the edge, such as glasses. For example, we have produced with Vuzic a set of glasses that you as a remote participant can see what the field worker is seeing. Now that same video stream can be ingested into an AI or ML system and do some predictive analytics. So there's a real, I think, opportunity use case here for field workers. There's also, I believe, some for telehealth, which is a tremendous area of innovation and growth in terms of what is coming. Again, that's another vertical use case, but we're really taking video to the next level. And that's what our strategy is all about.
That is really exciting. Where can organizations go for some more information?
Look, real simple, bluejeans.com, verizon.com. We will provide all the information, but not just the video, the surrounding elements and network globally to make sure that your experience is world-class as you move forward with your next phase of video conferencing.
All right. Well, Mr. Spadafora, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. Again, everyone, the general manager of Blue Jeans by Verizon. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
We are back live now, everybody, in Seattle, Washington, this Tuesday morning. The West Coast, well, the sun, it is on its way for sure, but it still looks like a nighttime picture out there. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We just surpassed 7:15 this morning. Live Now from Fox will be back in about 2 minutes. All right, everybody, back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to provide you an update here really quickly. I do think some of our users, though, might still be in a commercial break. So I'm going to read this a little bit slowly. Today, August 3rd, is primary election day in the state of Washington. That's where Seattle is. Ballots were mailed out on Friday, July 16th. The ballots will include measures for local schools, city emergency services, and water districts. It will also include elected offices. Again, primary day is today. Mailed ballots must be postmarked by the state. Official ballot drop boxes are open until 8 p.m. today. If you're looking for any more information, just go to q13fox.com. It's q13fox.com. You can find all the info there. All right, we were playing a segment, everybody, in Tampa, Florida about back-to-school stress. And unfortunately, the video playback had a hiccup. But now we think we have it ready to go for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Getting ready to return to school, and it may be a time of stress and anxiety, not only for them, but also for their parents. And joining us now from the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay is President and CEO Clara Reynolds. Clara, it was certainly a tough year last year with adjustments to in-person and online education. So what are some of the issues kids may be facing as we begin another school year?
Well, I mean, certainly a lot of uncertainty, not knowing what's going to happen with this COVID variant, on top of the fact that for many kids, they haven't been in school since before spring break of 2020. So there's a lot of nervousness and concern. Will I know anybody? Will I be able to make friends? Well, all of those issues are really plaguing a lot of children as well as their families as we start going back to school.
All right, so how can parents help their kids kind of ease into this school year in a healthy manner?
Yeah, make sure you're talking to your kids. Ask them how they're feeling about returning to school, and make sure that you've got a plan. Remind your child how they can stay safe in school. Get them hand sanitizers. Remind them to wash their hands. Make sure they have masks available, and talking to your child's teachers so that you know what the school's plan is to keep everybody safe. Because as we know, there are many children who are not eligible for vaccinations yet, and so there are concerns by parents that kids may contract the virus themselves or bring it home. So just make sure as a family you've talked about this and you've got some sort of plan in place to address all of these issues before the very first day.
So how about parents? What are their anxieties going into this school year for their kids and actually for themselves too? And what do you advise for them?
I would tell every one of the parents out there, make sure you're taking a big breath and have conversations with your children ahead of time. Make sure you're talking to your school, understand what they're doing around safety for COVID-19, and then continue to reinforce with your kids. Ask them over and over again, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How comfortable are you? And then making sure you're also talking to your kids about socially how they're doing. Keeping your kids involved in those activities that they love, music, dance, sports. All of those are important so our kids continue to have an outlet and continue to have a place that they can go to talk about whatever is going on, whether it's concerns around COVID or whatever their issues might be.
And what can a young person do, Clara, if they think their parent is the one who's struggling?
And I think that's a fabulous question because many kids just don't know what to do. So it's so important for those kids out there to tell their families that they love them. Make sure that they ask their parents, are you doing okay? And if you are a young person and you're concerned about your parent, it's okay to be concerned about them. And if you don't know where to go, you can call 211 and we're happy to talk to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to make sure that you've got the resources you need to help your parents. Your parents are going through a lot right now too, and so when we all work together we can really get past all of the issues that we're going through.
211, easy number to remember, and it's there for everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Clara.
All right, glad we were able to finish out that segment here on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look, everybody. This is Nederland, Texas. It is a community in Southeast Texas, not too far away from Beaumont and Port Arthur, essentially Southeast Texas. Oh, not too far away from the border with Louisiana as well. One of my my very first television news market was Beaumont, Texas. So I was out in Nederland a lot, and I remember learning how to pronounce the name of the community. So Southeast Texas holds a little piece of my heart out there for sure. Good morning to everybody out there in Southeast Texas. All right, well, the reason I took you out to Texas is because not too far away Down Interstate 10, I-10 is Fox 26 Houston, and they put together this segment about how there is actually a school supply shortage right now, as many parents and students are preparing for the return of the classroom.
A school supply shortage could impact back-to-school shopping.
Hitha Herzog, retail analyst and financial expert, joins us live. Good morning. We've been hearing about these shortages, so tell us what school supplies are running low.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, we were looking at this dearth of product that has been happening. Actually, the shortage of supply has been happening, as you remember, with the start of COVID. And now this is called the second wave, or the second supply chain shock. So what's going to end up happening is that you're looking at backpacks, you're looking at any sort of school supplies, clothing, shoes, anything that has to do with importing into the country is going to be in short supply. And basically what's happening, not only are you having issues having product come into the country, but you're having delivery issues, you're having supply issues, materials to make the product itself. So to use a very cliche term, it's a perfect storm of not being able to get these products in time for back to school.
And for many students in our area, it's as early as 9 days away. How are things looking right now as far as you know in the Houston area? Are they going to be okay? What's going to happen if they wait last minute to buy school supplies? It's already getting a little close to last minute.
Right. And, you as parents, right, I tend to do things very last minute. So to your point, I think I keep telling everyone you have to go out now. As you get closer to when school starts, that's when you're going to start seeing that supply start to shorten and those products start to dissipate. So, a lot of parents right now want to go online. You also have to leave room in order to return things. I was looking at data from Oracle. They said about a third of parents like to only do returns from the home. And a lot of parents don't want to go out and, to the stores, anyway. So what's going to end up happening is that you're going to see a lot of parents go online. So I'm telling everyone to go online right now, go shopping. If you have to go to the store, go immediately. And then also you want to make a list of everything that you have. I think schools end up doing that anyway, telling parents what supplies that they need for the kids, but make sure that you are specific about that. And then of course, if you can't find something, there's nothing wrong with secondhand or the secondhand market. Or let's say you're looking at electronics, which is going to be one of the products that are really going to be in short supply. Get the second generation, because in that case, there might be more supply of it, and it also might be less expensive to get the second generation of that product.
And repurpose so much stuff. I go around my house and I'm like, wait, you only wrote one page in this notebook. Yeah. We can rip this page out and you can use it, this year. And when do you think the supply shortage issue is going to go away? I mean, are we looking to see, holidays possibly having short supplies on, Barbie dolls and toy cars and that type of stuff too?
Yes, that is another issue. I think when we're talking about back to school, but you also have this holiday season that's coming up. So I was talking to a couple CEOs of major retailers, and they were saying they're not going to see the supply chain shock dissipate until second quarter of 2022, which basically means when it comes to holiday, we're also going to see that short supply of product. So as you're going out and getting those school supplies, you may just want to check off some of the Christmas gifts that you should get for your kids, and make sure that that's off your list. Because again, as we get closer to the holiday, I know we have this thing called Super Saturday as we get closer to Christmas and Christmas Eve. That's a Saturday before Christmas. People go out and shop. I don't recommend to don't wait to that date. Do it.
Especially if you're saying start now. We always joke there's an app for that. Do you have any suggestions, perhaps technology that could help us out for these hard to find supplies?
Right. Well, there's a couple apps that I was looking at just on my own research. This is Rakuten. This is one that gives you rebates on specific items, and then there's also another one called Ebates. So if you're going through, this kind of consolidates all the product that you're looking at, and then you can actually get money back. So you want to go ahead and make sure that you're not only getting the products that you want, but always getting money back. I mean, who wouldn't want that? So you're saving money, you're getting product at the same time. But again, this is just done by my own research and, just kind of making sure that the people have the best tools that they have so they can go out and shop.
All right, Heather, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and cross just one item off at a time and make it easy. I can't even fathom the holidays right now, but it is really good advice to probably start thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for.
All right, everybody, this is more like what we're used to Clearwater Beach, Florida looking like. When you return, we will be getting updates from Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to depart Clearwater Beach, Florida. They've certainly seen some showers out there this morning, but things are looking like they're clearing up for the time being. And we are going to go to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's where Dr. Mike Sirigliano is joining us live from this morning to get us all up to speed on the latest in the coronavirus pandemic. Dr. Mike, unfortunately, we're hearing bad news. You've got states like us here in Florida. You've got Texas. You've got California, where cases are just surging. What's it looking like right here in the U.S. right now?
Well, not good. If you go on the Centers for Disease Control website, Pilar, you can see the counties and they rank whether there is low transmission rate, substantial, and red is spreading throughout the country due to this very, very contagious Delta variant. Remember, Dr. Walensky called it as contagious as the chicken pox, which is a very, very contagious virus. So, look, I just got to tell people, if you get vaccinated, your risk of dying is like that. If you don't get vaccinated, you're putting your life and your family at risk. It's not a political thing. I'm tired of talking about this. It's science. So look at the map and look at what's going on. And by the way, in Florida, there's a Colombian variant coming. How do you like that? That was a new study from the University of Miami looking at genetic sequences. This virus is going to continue to mutate and be problematic.
Dr. Mike, we keep hearing about breakthrough cases. In particular, right now I have up Capitol Hill while I also have our camera shots. Of course, a lot of people are still reacting to the fact that Senator Lindsey Graham tested positive for COVID-19, but he was fully vaccinated. You just said the risk of getting very ill or dying after being vaccinated is very low. But we keep hearing about these breakthrough cases, and we keep hearing about the new variants, the fact that vaccines might not work against these variants. So what would you like to say for the people who say, what's the point?
The point is, do you want to live or do you want to end up on a ventilator smiling at people like me? It's simple. Get vaccinated and you'll stay out of the intensive care unit and you'll move on. You'll live. The thing with the variants is that if you've been vaccinated, they are still quite effective, these vaccines, against the Delta variant. And down the road, yes, we'll probably need booster shots. It's going to be, in my humble prediction, like the flu. There'll be strains of the COVID-19 circulating the planet, and every year we will get a vaccine that is tailored to what seems to be circulating. It's going to keep mutating, no question about it. Just like everything else on the planet, every virus wants to survive, bottom line.
In addition to COVID, more children are getting a respiratory virus more commonly seen in winter. How huge of a concern is this spike considering children are headed back to school? Some are already back in the classroom, Dr. Mike.
Well, Pilar, I have two children. I have one who's not vaccinated. She's 9. She can't get the vaccine yet. And one who's 13. When they go back to school, we're already seeing an uptick in something called RSV, respiratory syncytial virus. And I think what's going to happen is that when kids get back to school, especially with this whole controversy about wearing a mask, where that comes from, I have no idea. But if they don't wear masks, they're going to be susceptible to getting influenza, respiratory syncytial virus, and of course, COVID. And many pediatricians are concerned there's going to be a surge in unvaccinated young children. And there is ample data to suggest that this virus can have long-lasting effects. So I'll tell you what, my kids are wearing masks. That's my American right and choice. They're wearing masks.
Hey, Dr. Mike, we keep talking about COVID-19 long haulers, right? Those who are still having side effects of the virus months after actually recovering for it. But are we seeing more diagnoses of Alzheimer's in patients in their 60s and 70s who have had severe COVID-19?
Well, Pilar, if you want to get up and have a nightmare, if you want a scenario that is a nightmare, look at what some researchers are finding, especially in older folks over the age of 60 who have had COVID-19 and especially have lost their smell. The indications is that this can cause memory loss, and in some ways it mimics Alzheimer's. Now, I don't know, no one knows the long-term effects of having COVID-19, but it's a bit disconcerting to me. My mother had Alzheimer's, and that's a whole nother can of worms. We don't really have a real good treatment for that just yet, and it's very troubling. If you can get away from not getting the virus, I would avoid this virus because we don't know the long-term effects.
Dr. Mike, there we go. I had to make sure my microphone was on. You are such a great medical resource. I have two non-related COVID questions for you. We're hearing that new data suggests that alcohol consumption is linked to nearly 750,000 cancer cases in 2020. Is there any such thing as a safe amount of alcohol?
Probably not, Pilar. Alcohol is an irritant, and it can irritate the inner part of your mouth and your stomach, and it's been known and associated clearly with at least 7 cancers. Now, that being said, I like a glass of wine. I actually have a little bit of Grand Marnier with my wife on the weekends. It's like our thing. The problem is that it's not without risk. And in women, especially if you have a family history of breast cancer or risk of breast cancer, it clearly increases the risk. So in my humble opinion, if you want to go buy the book, don't drink alcohol. But I'm a realist. People are going to do what they do. And with the pandemic, people have been drinking a lot more. You got to cut back. Everything in moderation, as my grandfather used to say.
So, Dr. Mike, we're talking everything. We're talking beer, wine, seltzers, hard alcohol, everything.
Alcohol is alcohol. Obviously, if you have an 80 proof amount, it's going to have more of an effect. I think everything in moderation. Everything in moderation.
Great advice. Well, comedian Kathy Griffin has been diagnosed with lung cancer, but never smoked. How exactly could that be?
Well, there's a lot of interest in why people, especially women, who don't have a history of smoking are getting lung cancer. Some people think it has to do with hormonal differences between men and women, but the fact of the matter is that, yes, it can occur. The big take-home message here is that women tend to present differently than men because they tend to have different cancers. They have non-small cell lung cancer. And so major symptoms that women have are fatigue, not feeling well, then a cough. With men, it tends to be more of a cough, a bloody cough, what we call hemoptysis. And so, look, if you don't feel well, listen to your body. If you have a history of your parents smoked and you had exposure to secondhand smoke, get it checked out. Go see a healthcare provider and make sure, because if it's caught early, we have wonderful treatments. And in her case, she's going to have surgery. Hopefully, that'll be the end of it and she doesn't need chemotherapy. But we do have some new treatments available. They're immunomodulator treatments that are really revolutionary. So just do the right thing.
All right, Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano joining us live yet again here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We really appreciate your time and your expertise in the medical field. We'll see you later on this week.
Honored to be here, Pilar. Honored.
Taking a Live Now look, everybody. This is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where Dr. Mike is. It is a gorgeous Tuesday morning. If you are just joining us, good morning. We are so very happy that you are here. Don't forget, Live Now from Fox is a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Again, it is livenowfox.com. We're going to see one more 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back.
Around the country to protect their own workforces. And now we're seeing positive momentum across the private sector. the Chamber of Commerce, the National Association of Manufacturers, and the Business Roundtable have all applauded the actions we're taking. Companies like Google, Walmart, and Disney have announced vaccination requirements for their employees, joining hundreds of universities and hospital systems across the country who are implementing similar requirements. With these ongoing efforts, there's a strong sense of progress, and you see it in the number of shots we're getting into people's arms each day. Over the past few weeks, we've seen a nearly 70% increase in the average number of new people getting vaccinated each and every day. In the last 7 days alone, 3 million Americans have gotten their first shot. That's the highest 7-day total since July 4th. And just today, we hit 70% of adults with at least one shot, including 90% of seniors with at least one shot. These are significant milestones in our fight against the virus. And it's very important to note, in the states with the highest case rates, daily vaccination rates have more than doubled. The 8 states with the highest current case rates have seen an average increase of 171% in the number of people newly vaccinated each day over the past 3 weeks. Louisiana has seen a 302% increase in the average number of newly vaccinated per day. Mississippi, 250%. Alabama, 215%. And Arkansas, 206%. This increase in vaccination rates in states that have been lagging is a positive trend. Americans are seeing the risk and impact of being unvaccinated and responding with action. And that's what it's going to take to get us out of this pandemic. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Walensky and Dr. Fauci. Dr. Walensky first.
Good afternoon. Let's begin with an overview of the data. As of Saturday, CDC reported the 7-day moving average of daily new COVID-19 cases to be about 72,000 cases per day. This represents an increase of 44% from the prior 7-day average and higher than our peak of last summer. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 6,200 per day, an increase of about 41% from the prior 7-day period. And 7-day average daily deaths have also increased to 300 per day, an increase of more than 25% from the previous 7-day period. I want to start today by simply stating the obvious. While we desperately want to be done with this pandemic, COVID-19 is clearly not done with us, and so our battle must last a little longer. Many of us have lost loved ones or have been ill ourselves. All of us have given up things in our lives that we enjoy. This is hard, this is heavy, but we are in this together. And as we learn more about COVID, we continue to rely on proven ways to protect ourselves, our children, and our loved ones. I told you I would give you scientific information as I have it, when I have it. Here is what we have learned in the last 2 weeks about the Delta variant. First, the Delta variant is highly contagious. To put this in perspective, if you get sick with the Alpha variant, you could infect about 2 other unvaccinated people. If you get sick with the Delta variant, we estimate that you could infect about 5 other unvaccinated people, more than twice as many as the original strain. Second, infections with the Delta variant result in higher viral loads. This means that those who are infected have a larger burden of virus that they can spread to others. Third, those higher viral loads are seen not just in those who are unvaccinated and infected, but also and importantly in the small proportion of those who are vaccinated and become infected. Last week, we published data on an outbreak in Barnstable County, Massachusetts, where there were 346 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in people who were fully vaccinated. During the summer, some towns in Barnstable County can have up to 240,000 visitors per month. Those with breakthrough infections had viral loads that were similar to people who were infected and unvaccinated. This new finding, combined with data from other outbreak investigations and surveillance studies across the country, was critical in our decision to update our guidance for those who are fully vaccinated. Since those data were released, several other studies have been released over just this past weekend that have corroborated these findings. Taken together, the Delta variant is different from prior strains. I understand this is all frustrating news, and I share this frustration. We continue to learn each day from emerging science and use this evidence to update our recommendations. Because of what we now know about the Delta variant and infections in those who are vaccinated, we updated our recommendations, including recommending masks in public indoor settings in areas with substantial and high transmission, shown in orange and red on this map. It is also the reason we continue to recommend universal indoor masking in K-12 schools throughout the country, so our children can safely get back to school and safely stay there. In all of this, there is still good news. Our vaccines are working to prevent severe illness, hospitalizations, and death. Vaccines are providing protection both for individuals and communities across the country. As I have said before, this remains a pandemic of the unvaccinated, where the vast majority of spread is in this country is among those who are unvaccinated. I want to be clear, while vaccinated people can spread the virus if they get a breakthrough infection, the odds of them getting sick in the first place are far lower than those who are unvaccinated. And in fact, places with more vaccination generally have less disease. We can see this on a population level on this slide, where we compare case counts and vaccination coverage by state, with vaccination coverage on the horizontal axis and case counts on the vertical axis. States with the highest vaccination coverage are the dots furthest to the right on the graph, and states with the highest case counts are the dots closest to the top. Notice that the states that have lower vaccination coverage, those further to the left, have higher rates of community transmission, as shown in red and orange. States that have higher vaccination coverage, further to the right, have lower rates of cases, as shown in yellow. There is a direct correlation with vaccine coverage and case rates. And I think it's worth reiterating that public health prevention strategies, including masks, continue to work while you're unvaccinated. In the following outbreaks of cases in Barnstable County and in subsequent public health follow-up, we saw the power of vaccines and masks. Over the month of July, there were a total of 934 confirmed cases of COVID-19 linked to the outbreak in Barnstable County. With 73% of these infections in people who were vaccinated, there were only 7 hospitalizations and no deaths. Our vaccines did exactly what they were supposed to do: prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death. Furthermore, as cases increased, local public health officials implemented a package of public health prevention strategies, including increased testing, contact tracing, and indoor mask wearing. And within 2 weeks, test positivity fell from a peak of 15.1% to 4.6%. Public health prevention strategies work. Let me end by reiterating 3 things you need to know. First, our vaccines are working to prevent severe illness, hospitalization, and death. And if you are not vaccinated, please protect yourself and get vaccinated. Second, masks will protect you and your family. If you are in an area of substantial or high transmission, please wear a mask in public indoor settings, regardless of your vaccination status. And third, we need to keep our children safe and in school. Get everyone in your family over the age of 12 vaccinated, and please wear masks in school. Finally, we stand here with you, providing science and updated guidance in real time to keep you and your families safe. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walensky. I'd like to take up on the theme that Dr. Walensky started with. If I could have the first slide. I'm going to be spending a couple of minutes addressing 2 issues that are very much on the attention of people throughout the country and the world. The first is, as Dr. Walensky mentioned, the real world effectiveness of vaccines in the context of the Delta variant, and second, breakthrough infections, what they mean, and let's discuss them a bit. Next slide. Let's look at the real world effectiveness against the Delta variant. If you look at the three components of PCR confirmed infection, it's 79% in a UK study. Symptomatic infection is 88%. And just as Dr. Walensky mentioned, the vaccines are doing exactly what we're asking them to do when it comes to keeping you out of the hospital, out of serious disease, and certainly preventing your death. Just a quick comment on the 79%. That may look a bit low, but remember, the efficacy of the clinical trials that were published by the trials.
Good morning, everybody. Regina Gonzalez joining you here on Live Now from Fox, getting ready to chat with you and bring you some top stories at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. But you are right now listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment here on Live Now from Fox this Tuesday morning. Dr. Anthony Fauci and other White House COVID-19 task team officials speaking about vaccines, about COVID-19 cases and the Delta variant in the United States. Some of you will continue to listen in while others see a 2-minute commercial break.
Against Alpha versus Delta in 3 separate countries. The data on the left are essentially the data I just showed you. Alpha now is in blue and Delta is in red. When you get to Canada, you see a similar protection against hospitalization, which is the area a bit to the right in that middle panel, compared to symptomatic disease. When you get to Israel, you see what we now know from reports from Israel, that you see a diminution at around 64% for confirmed and symptomatic disease. This is likely due to the fact that Israel has started their vaccination program before the other countries. So you're seeing a little bit down the pike from the beginning. But note again, the 93% consistently showing protection against advanced disease. Next slide. Now, if you ask the question, what about the reduced risk of either symptomatic infection, hospitalization, or death when you compare vaccinated individuals with unvaccinated people? What is the fold reduction when you're in red with unvaccinated versus in blue with full vaccinated? As you can see, for disease itself, it's an 8-fold reduction. For hospitalization, 25-fold reduction. And for death, 25-fold reduction. Let's move on now to breakthrough infections. Just a couple of comments. We can pass this slide, go to the next slide, please. The breakthrough infections, we have no vaccine is 100% effective. And so you can expect breakthrough infections. So even with a high vaccine effectiveness, most of these infections are going to be asymptomatic or mild. And we know that. We've already seen that from the experience in Massachusetts, in Provincetown, and we see it in all other situations. An important point to bring up is that the greater percentage of people that are vaccinated, even with a high degree of protection, the absolute number of breakthrough infections might appear high. That's not the critical number. The critical number is what is the proportion of the vaccinated people who, in fact, are getting breakthrough infections. And that's the critical one. The bottom line of what we are saying is that, next slide, get vaccinated. I say that every single time we all say it. The COVID vaccines give strong protection against the Delta variant, and it protects you, your family, and your community. Back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci, and thank you, Dr. Walensky. As you both stated, it's never been more important to get vaccinated. That's how we stop the spread of the Delta variant, and each and every shot matters. And while we work to get more people vaccinated, the federal government is also helping states and communities respond to outbreaks. Since launching our COVID-19 surge teams, we've been working directly with 10 states to support their efforts to combat rising cases with federal assistance and support. Last week, we reiterated to all governors that we stand ready to help them in meeting this moment, whether that be through more testing, increasing treatments, vaccine access and uptake, or other state-specific needs. For example, in Missouri, CDC experts are on the ground providing epidemiology, data analysis, and other public health support. FEMA in Missouri is helping to expand ambulance capacity, and HHS and FEMA are helping the state address their hospital needs. We're working with states like North Carolina on mobile vaccination clinics and Tennessee on public health staffing. And the administration is doing extensive outreach in states like Wyoming and Arizona to encourage more physicians to use life-saving monoclonal antibody treatments. Those are really effective, and we need to deploy them more and more where they're needed. The bottom line is we're doing everything we can to help more Americans get vaccinated and to help states fight the spread in their communities. With that, let's take a few questions. First question.
And a reminder, please.
Check something. Jeff, I want to just add one thing. One of the slides was deleted, a technical difficulty that I'd just like to spend maybe 15 seconds. Please. I think it's really important. When we talk, it was mistakenly deleted, and that's the reason why I skipped by that other slide. When you look at breakthrough infections, as I mentioned, they're expected and are usually asymptomatic. As of July 26, the CDC received 6,587 reports of breakthrough infections that resulted in hospitalization or death among 163 fully vaccinated million people. That is a percentage of 0.01% or less. And when you look at the breakthrough cases, the percent of breakthrough cases in multiple locations like DC and Virginia, the percent ranges from 0.26 to 0.03. So I'm sorry that was left out. The bottom line is they are rare and they rarely result, not rarely, but unusually result in hospitalization or death. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Okay, first question, please.
Please keep your question to one question. We're very limited on time. Jeff Mason, Reuters.
Hi, thanks very much. Jeff, you said earlier that it was time to do to have requirements with relation to the vaccine, and then you went on to list basically what you said last week about the VA and the DoD. Are there more requirements coming? Do you think that there should be more requirements coming? And can you respond broadly to the impression that you are playing down the breakthrough cases? Thank you.
Good. Well, I'll take the first part of the question, and then I'll turn to Dr. Fauci because he just talked about breakthrough cases. Jeff, as you know, in the federal government, we've now put forward a strong system that if you're vaccinated, you can come back to work as normal. If you're not vaccinated, there are quite strict rules that you need to follow around testing, social distancing, and masking. The Department of Veteran Affairs, as you said, is an example of a vaccine requirement for all of their caregivers to our veterans. The president has asked the Department of Defense to look into how they will add COVID to the list of mandatory vaccinations for our armed forces, how and when they would do that. We will be looking across the federal government in other areas that could.
All right, everybody, welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, August 3rd. My name is Regina Gonzalez, joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You were currently listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment this Tuesday morning, the latest White House Task Force COVID-19 briefing with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Dr. Rochelle Walensky. They were taking some questions from the media as they were starting to wrap that up. I do want to let you know that I was a couple of minutes after 8 o'clock this morning because I was trying to get you some more information on this breaking news that we are receiving to our Live Now from Fox desk. this morning. Now, I do have some information coming from a Fox affiliate out in the Nashville, Tennessee area. They're saying that Metro Police out there are responding to reports of shots fired at a workplace in Antioch, Tennessee. Metro Communications confirmed that police are responding to reports of shots fired at the Smile Direct Club warehouse in that location. According to communications as well, there is a large police presence on the scene, as you can see right here. Still a very active scene. You've got crime scene tape. You've got tons and tons of law enforcement out there. Now, our Fox 17 news crew out there is the one, I believe, that is providing these shots for us. Yes, it is. So they do have a reporter out there. We actually, before we took this shot to you, did see her making a report. You can see there is law enforcement out there trying to let more Metro Police in. Again, some more caution tape. So very fluid situation right now. I'm not even kidding. This breaking news came to us just under 5 minutes ago. So again, we have learned of reports of people shot at a workplace out there in Antioch, Tennessee. Specifically right now, we are learning that it is the Smile Direct Club warehouse. So we will continue to keep tabs on this situation all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. This is what our show is all about, guys. We get these breaking news feeds to our desk and we bring them to you front row. As you can see, again, so many cop cars, lots of law enforcement out there assessing the scene. Still a very, very active crime scene and a very fluid situation. So if we get any updates, any developments, we will most definitely bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox, because again, that is what we do, everybody. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for being with us on this Tuesday, August 3rd, trusting us to bring you the news each and every morning. We are going to go through a second round of your morning brief. Pilar Arias usually does it when she starts our show at 6 a.m. Eastern time. And when I hop on, a lot of people from all over the nation are also starting to wake up. So we're going to take you through the top stories that you may want to know about as you make your coffee, as you start your day, as you get ready to go to work or getting ready to head to school. We've got several stories this morning about kids heading back to the classrooms very, very soon. So keeping tabs on a lot of news this morning. Again, we just learned of some breaking news out of Tennessee, and I will continue to bring you developments anytime we get them here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you are new to our show, you have me, Pilar Arias, and Rain Augustine here in Orlando, Florida. We hold the show until 11 a.m. Eastern time before passing things off to our Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where you have Christy Larson and Mike Page a little in the morning / afternoon out there, and then you've got Andrew Kraft and Daytona Everett bringing you all of your evening news. And if you are new, if you are a new Live Now viewer, the host on the set actually controls everything that you see. So this is what Pilar Arias likes to call mission control. This is what I joke is the cockpit of the Live Now from Fox airplane. As you can see, we've got a lot of audio boards, lots of monitors, lots of buttons. It's a little intimidating at first, but the more you do it, the more you get used to it. So yeah, the host that you see on air actually controls the graphics, the video, the audio. We're in touch with live reporters. We're in touch with reporters before we take them live on our show, and we also bring on guests as well. You can even maybe hear some audio in the back of me. We like to call that our Fox box. Our Fox News team in New York constantly updating us about the feeds that they are receiving and that they can give us. So yeah, really cool stuff here on Live Now from Fox. This is who we are and what we do, and we say it all the time. With the click of one button, we can actually go to any location that you really want to go to out here. So again, continuing to monitor this breaking news out of Tennessee. It does look like we are also getting another breaking news situation in another location. Going to find out if that is another reporter at the same scene out here in Tennessee. But again, taking a look at the scene here, very fluid situation. We can also take you out to our Fox News headquarters out in the Big Apple, a live look at New York City this Tuesday morning. Now, we did have a shot of the White House, but we did lose it. We constantly bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. But when you were just tuning in at the top of the hour, we were playing you the latest update from the COVID-19 task force out at the White House. And we're learning that today President Biden will make another big push for Americans to get their COVID shots. And while the White House did finally reach a key vaccination goal, the virus continues to spread, with more areas now mandating the use of face masks. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more on this story from Washington, so let's take a listen.
There are still some persistent vaccine holdouts out there, but the White House did finally reach a goal that they've been aiming for months.
Just today, we hit 70% of adults with at least one shot.
The White House COVID coordinator talking about finally hitting an intermediate vaccination goal that we were supposed to reach nearly a month ago. And while the administration says there is not a federal vaccine mandate in the works, some public officials are leaning on businesses to require vaccinations.
Private businesses, I am asking them and suggesting to them go to vaccine-only admission. Go to vaccine-only admission.
With Delta variant COVID cases quickly on the rise, Louisiana became the first state to once again mandate the use of face masks indoors. That follows the lead of a number of cities around the country. But hours after Washington, D.C.'s city mandate went into effect, the mayor, Muriel Bowser, was photographed at a wedding apparently violating her own orders. On Capitol Hill, South Carolina, Senator Lindsey Graham contracted COVID despite being vaccinated. It came after he attended a get-together with other lawmakers aboard Senator Joe Manchin's boat.
We were outside, okay? And we were all, everybody's been vaccinated, so, we're saying, and, I talked to Lindsey today, he's fine.
And the president is coming under more pressure from far-left members of Congress who are pushing to extend a federal eviction moratorium that just expired.
What are we doing to our people? What are we doing? This is unconscionable.
And also caught in the middle on this, many landlords who have been struggling to pay mortgages without rent payments. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Now, Antioch Pike remains closed. Police will continue to direct traffic to other parts, but active shooter investigation is underway right now, and we're still trying to learn more information. And I'm actually seeing police let witnesses come out of the crime scene tape. So I'm going to get off of here and go try to talk to some of these employees to find out exactly what they witnessed. But I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, everybody, while we do have these shots coming out of Antioch, Tennessee, we are learning that there are two separate reporters out there. That's the gentleman that you just saw. They're doing reports for their own local stations as well as feeding out their video to us and to Fox stations across the country. So if you do see a reporter in there, that is what is happening. But this is a pretty clean shot that we have of the scene right now. Again, we are continuing to follow this breaking news this morning, where according to Fox 17 out in Nashville, Metro Police are responding to reports of shots fired at a workplace in Antioch, Tennessee. And Metro Communications out there did confirm that this is at a Smile Direct Club warehouse. They do have a crew out there, as you can see. Very, very fluid situation, very fluid crime scene. You've got crime scene tape. You've got several law enforcement agencies out there. Lots of vehicles, lots of lights flashing. And again, we are continuing to monitor this situation here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do. Any more developments that we get as the morning goes on, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. But as of right now, I do want to continue on with some top stories that we are following this morning. but we just wanted to bring you out to the scene, as again, we do have these feeds coming from 2 different vantage points here on Live Now from Fox this morning. I am monitoring that other feed that we just brought you, but it does appear that the photographer is walking around. So right now, this is a very still, wide shot of the scene. Again, we are learning that this facility is the Smile Direct Club warehouse in the Antioch, Tennessee area. Keeping tabs on this breaking news this morning. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are going to continue on with our morning brief and constantly bring you back to that scene out there as we monitor that situation. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is looking to move quickly with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, saying he wants to vote on the deal by Thursday. The Senate will likely have one less GOP vote after Senator Lindsey Graham tested positive for COVID-19 yesterday. It was breaking news that we brought to you here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest details on the efforts to push the package forward. So let's take a listen.
We certainly do hope that Senator Graham has a speedy recovery.
Senator Lindsey Graham is now quarantining after contracting COVID-19 despite being vaccinated. While Graham says he has mild symptoms, it's unclear how his 10-day absence will affect the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure bill, a process Senate Democrats want to speed up.
Let's get it over to the House. Let's get it to the president's desk for his signature.
On Monday night, the Senate began voting on amendments to the bill, with August recess just days away. Some Republicans are warning against moving too quickly.
Members need time to digest this legislation, and then members need the opportunity to offer amendments.
As others praise the package.
This bill is a product that the American people can be proud of, and one that will benefit them and the next generation.
Democratic leadership is already looking ahead, though, to a partisan $3.5 trillion budget blueprint addressing health care and climate change, among other issues.
A bipartisan infrastructure bill is definitely necessary, but to many of us, it is not sufficient.
Republicans are slamming Democrats for linking the two bills.
Investment gets hurt when they link these two, but boy, they are just adamant about it in the House, and that's why I worry about this bill going forward.
Over the weekend, the federal government hit its authorized debt limit. On Monday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called on lawmakers to increase how much the nation can borrow, warning a failure to do so would be catastrophic. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, everybody, once again, keeping tabs on this situation out in Antioch, Tennessee. We have learned that 2 employees were confirmed shot at the Smile Direct Club here in Antioch, Tennessee, and the suspect has allegedly been shot by police. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. I will read you the latest details that we have on this breaking news situation when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:20 a.m. here on the East Coast, but you are taking a live look at a breaking news situation that we are continuing to follow this morning out of Antioch, Tennessee. We do have an update here that we've received just in the last couple of minutes. Metro Police out there saying that 2 employees were shot at the Smile Direct Club in Antioch this morning. I actually do also want to show you a tweet that I have here from Metro Nashville Police, also providing some details, saying that the call went out just before 6 a.m. 2 employees have been shot and are hospitalized, and the suspected gunman was shot by local police on Antioch Park and was taken to a hospital. So again, that is a tweet from Metro Nashville PD, and here is another live look at the scene right now. You can see tons and tons of law enforcement vehicles, lots of flashing lights, still a very active scene. Again, we have learned that the suspected workplace shooter has been shot. Now, the Smile Direct Club is headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee, and the shooting took place at their additional warehouse in Antioch. There are quote-unquote Smile shops in Chattanooga, Memphis, and Nashville, and the company was founded in 2014. So again, we promised to bring you any developments that we got on this breaking news situation this morning. So we are continuing to follow this very active situation here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is what we do, everybody. This is what we are all about. So continuing to keep tabs on this here on Live Now from Fox. Again, here is another look at the tweet that Metro Nashville Police recently posted minutes ago, updating us on this situation. So we have learned, again, 2 employees were shot. They are hospitalized right now, and the suspected gunman was also shot by police and was taken to a hospital. So again, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox to trust us with breaking news situations like that. Again, this is what we are all about, everybody. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you live from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I do want to continue on with the morning brief that we've got for you here on our show. We bring it to you each and every morning. It's the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your Tuesday. Now, we will continue to bring you out to Tennessee to monitor that situation with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's a whole team effort to get this information, and we do appreciate you, again, trusting us to bring it to you. Well, I do want to talk about a major story that's been making headlines over the last couple of days. When the national ban on evictions expired over the weekend, the blanket of protection for millions of tenants was lifted, leaving folks with no place to go and scrambling for assistance. Now, already backed up courtrooms across the nation are expected to be even busier, hearing eviction cases over the next coming months. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has the latest on this story. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox, everybody.
How are you? Millions of Americans are now facing eviction just days after the nationwide moratorium on evictions lapsed.
I was living in Riverside until today because they evicted me and gave me exactly 3 weeks to get out.
For the first time in months, court dockets filling up with eviction cases. 4 months behind on rent, Louis Vertens is now in a desperate situation. A judge giving him 3 weeks to vacate his apartment despite having nowhere to go.
But you got to work with people. Everybody's having hardships right now. Everybody needs a little bit of help from somebody.
Meanwhile, as a new wave of evictions is expected, some places like Cleveland County, a rural part of North Carolina, are not yet seeing an increase.
We thought we would be overwhelmed, and so far we have not been overwhelmed.
But he expects that to change. President Biden on Monday saying his administration is examining ways to reinstate some eviction protections. But for now, lawmakers urging states to use emergency aid provided by the federal government to help renters and landlords who lost income during the pandemic. But some landlords saying money is not the solution.
There comes a point where landlords will simply say, for example, if I were to take rent relief money now, I'm just going to be back here next month because the person has no more ability to pay in August or September or October or November.
Housing advocates expect the evictions to start slowly and significantly increase in the coming weeks and months. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
All right, everybody. I also did want to bring you a story that we are following here this morning, especially with any memorial services or anything that may happening to commemorate the victims of this tragedy that happened 2 years ago today. It has officially been 2 years since a gunman opened fire at a Walmart store in El Paso, Texas, leaving 22 people dead back in 2019. Prosecutors said Patrick Crucius targeted Mexicans in hopes of scaring Latinos into leaving the United States, and that he had outlined the plot in a screened, published online shortly before the attack. A man who was wounded in the shooting ended up dying in April of 2020 after months in the hospital, raising the death toll to 23. The suspect had pleaded not guilty to state murder charges. He also faces federal hate crime and gun charges. So hard to believe that it has already been 2 years since this absolutely tragic story. So again, if we do get any live feeds of memorial services or events that may be happening in the El Paso or Texas state alone, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also do have a very sad update to bring you out of Capitol Hill this morning. We have learned that yet another officer that was on the front lines that day has died by suicide. Now, we have learned that this 4th Metro police officer did respond to the Capitol riot on January 6th. The department confirmed that he took his own life last week, leaving behind a wife and 3 children. 3 other officers in the same department took their own lives a month after the insurrection. And just last week, as you can see here, several officers spoke about the experience, saying it left them traumatized. So wanted to bring you that very sad update here on Live Now from Fox. Again, it is a story that we are continuing to follow this morning. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. It is almost 8:30 here on the East Coast, and I do want to let you know that we are still continuing to monitor and bring you any developments out of Antioch, Tennessee, where we have learned that 2 employees at this workplace there, specifically called the Smile Direct Club, they have been shot. And then we did learn that local police did shoot the alleged gunman. So we will continue to stay on top of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
hospitalized. We also do know that Metro Nashville did shoot the suspected shooter, and that person was transported to a local hospital. Our latest update, if we get it popped up on the screen, it's from Smile Direct Club. They say they're saddened that the shooting took place at their manufacturing facility this morning, and the incident was contained quickly by security personnel on site. Standing around me, we do have warehouse cleaners from Smile Direct Club. We did have a mother who was scared that her son could have potentially been shot in that early morning accident. We have since learned that her son is okay, so a little sigh of relief as we continue our coverage this morning. But we will be out here for you again, waiting for spokesperson Dawn Aaron to give us that update. And Sarah and Jen, you've been talking all morning about it. This isn't the only shooting that's happened in Antioch in recent years.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez cutting in here to let you know, just like I said before, these feeds that we have coming in from Antioch, Tennessee, here's actually a clean one, but these are two different feeds coming in from local stations out there where they do have reporters doing reports for their own stations out there. So if you do see a reporter like you just did, I actually did want to let that play out for just a second because she did have some information that we did not have. She is out there on the scene. She said that she's surrounded by cleaners. She even spoke with a mother who was out there very, very upset and worried that her child could have been the one shot. Again, this is a breaking news situation that we are following out of Antioch, Tennessee. And if you are just joining us this morning, we have learned that Metro Police are saying 2 employees at Smile Direct Club out there were shot. The suspected workplace shooter has been shot by police as well. Now, police are conducting an active shooter investigation at this time. Smile Direct Club has posted a statement, and I do want to read it to you here on Live Now from Fox. It says, although Smile Direct Club is saddened at the shooting that took place at its manufacturing facilities this morning, the incident was contained quickly by security personnel on site. The safety of our team members is a top priority for our company, and we maintain strict security protocols and a no weapons policy at all of our facilities. We are working with the local police as they investigate this matter. Now, Smile Direct Club is headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee, but the shooting took place at their warehouse in Antioch. There are Smile shops in Chattanooga, Memphis, and Nashville. The company was founded in 2014. Now, I actually do want to look up exactly what the Smile Direct Club is. It looks like they are a company that makes items for dental work. And they do have insurance coverage info. They have aligners. So again, they are showing you the sign outside right here. And then, yeah, as you can see, it does say Access Dental Lab. So it does look like this warehouse does make products that are used for dental work and used in dental offices. So wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Again, Smile Direct Club making a statement, and law enforcement telling us that 2 employees have been shot. They are at local hospitals. They actually did post this tweet that I want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. This is from Metro Nashville Police saying that the 2 employees were shot and are being hospitalized. And again, that the suspected gunman was shot by Metropolitan Nashville Police on Antioch Park and were taken to a local hospital. So we are continuing to follow this situation here on Live Now from Fox, as well as bring you other stories that we are following this morning. Unfortunately, this is just a segue into this next story that we have related to the rising crime situation in our nation. So I do want to bring you this story here from our Fox News team about the growing and uptick in gun violence across our nation.
Stop reaching for it, dude. Louis, you got his hand? Louis. Oh, This is body camera footage capturing the moment an NYPD lieutenant was shot in the ankle during a violent struggle between 4 NYPD officers and an armed gang member in the Bronx Friday night. The gang member was arrested 25 times prior, but was free on bail after a November gun arrest. Meanwhile, a manhunt is underway after 2 men dressed in hoodies and wearing face masks opened fire on a sidewalk in Queens, New York, Saturday night. 10 people were shot before 2 accomplices on mopeds helped the shooters flee the scene.
The neighborhood is getting worse.
And on Sunday morning, a man was shot and wounded during an armed robbery in downtown Manhattan. It was yet another violent weekend in New York City, where there have been 867 shootings this year. That's up 18% compared to last year, up 102% compared to 2019. Mayoral candidates Republican Curtis Sliwa and Democratic frontrunner Eric Adams addressed the violence today.
We have to tell gangs that they are not controlling our city.
Other cities would come to the NYPD gang unit to share information. That no longer occurs.
Surging gun violence is affecting major cities nationwide. A panicked crowd ran for their lives after 5 people were shot on Bourbon Street Sunday. And in Chicago, at least 5 people were killed and 50 shot over the weekend.
Too many violent repeat offenders are being released back into these communities, creating a sense of lawlessness and no consequences for their behavior.
Back here in New York City, 33 people were shot and 6 were killed over the weekend. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo today said crime in the city is out of control, but he offered no new specific proposals today on how to crack down on it. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
As long as we have these live feeds, everybody, we will continue to bring you them here on Live Now from Fox. Again, continuing to monitor this breaking news situation out here. It does look like either employees or colleagues and even family members are standing outside of the Smile Direct Club in Antioch, Tennessee, where a workplace shooting did just happen this morning. We have learned that 2 employees were shot and taken to a local hospital, and the suspected gunman was shot by a local police department that responded to the situation. He is also in the hospital as well. So again, this is at the Smile Direct Club out in Antioch, Tennessee. Their headquarters being in Nashville, but this shooting happening at one of their outsourced facilities. So again, we are continuing to keep tabs on this situation here on Live Now from Fox this morning, as well as bringing you all the top stories that you may want to know about or keep up with on this Tuesday morning. Heading out to El Paso, Texas, where the sun is beginning to rise out there. Once again, it is a very somber day in El Paso, Texas. It has officially been 2 years since a gunman opened fire in a Walmart out there, killing 23 people, and the motive being an attack on the Latino community. So we are going to bring you any memorial services or any events that we get feeds on here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do, everybody. But El Paso being by the U.S.-Mexico border, and Fox News has learned that migrants testing positive for COVID are being sent to yet another hotel without notification to the workers at the establishment. This comes as staggering numbers of people continue to try to get into the country. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin is in Mission, Texas with more. He's been at the border for about a month now, bringing us these updates. So let's continue to get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
Stunning footage from our Fox drone team in Mission, Texas Sunday afternoon shows a massive group of migrants, the largest we have ever seen, being held by Border Patrol under Anzalduas Bridge,
right near a popular Rio Grande crossing area. The group, at least 1,000 strong, waiting in the brutal Texas heat to be processed. As a Border Patrol source tells Fox News, more than 8,000 migrants were apprehended in the Rio Grande Valley alone over the weekend. Sunday night in La Jolla, we witnessed a group of more than 200 migrants giving themselves up to border agents. Many of the young children in that group were coughing, as COVID-19 cases have surged 900% amongst migrants in the Rio Grande Valley in July. Monday morning, our drone was right back over Anzalduas Bridge, where that massive group was still waiting. As DHS sources tell us, Border Patrol stations have been 585% over capacity in the McAllen area, and that mass releases are now underway. We witnessed some of those mass releases in downtown McAllen on Monday. All day long, we watched Border Patrol buses arrive every 30 minutes to drop off hundreds of migrants at Catholic Charities of the Rio Grande Valley. The charity then walked migrants across the street to McAllen Central Station, where they are given bus tickets to travel elsewhere in the United States. And Fox News has now learned of a second local hotel where the charity is housing COVID-positive migrants, this time in Weslaco. City officials there say they recently found out the charity has been quietly housing infected migrants at this Texas Inn in Weslaco without ever being told by the charity. The White House says they are taking precautions.
Migrants are required to keep masks on at all times. If anyone exhibits signs of illness in CBP custody, they're referred to local health systems for appropriate testing, diagnosis, isolation, and treatment.
And this evening, the Biden administration announced they are officially extending Title 42. That is the Trump-era COVID-19 policy that allows Border Patrol to remove migrants back to Mexico immediately on the basis of public health. I also reached out to the director of that local Catholic charity here and asked her, how many COVID-19 positive migrants are you guys placing in local hotels? She told me she has been advised not to comment. Reporting in Mission, Texas, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Thank you to Bill Malugin for that report. We were working to bring him on our show with us this morning, but he is busy out there at the U.S.-Mexico border. So hopefully we will be able to speak with him live here on our show later this week. Currently taking a live look at our XRAD radar, where temperatures are dancing across the nation, and we've got several colors. These are National Weather Service advisories across our nation, that grayish color that you could see over several states, including Minnesota. That's where that hand is kind of hovering. That is an air quality alert. You can also see over Colorado that greenish color. That is a flash flood alert. And we are going to show you some video of the mudslides that have left damage across the mountains out there in Colorado. When we return, we are also going to talk about some more environmental related stories as well as weather related stories after this 2-minute commercial break. So stay with us. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. That is the mysterious voice that you are hearing as you take a live look at our XRAD radar, where you can see the conditions across our nation. As I was kind of explaining the colors before, our hand that you can kind of see in the top middle of your screen over Minnesota, that is an air quality alert. Now, this is happening because of the wildfires that are burning across the nation, sending smoke and hazy conditions to several places across the nation. Yesterday, we actually did speak with Fox 9 Minneapolis's Bill Keller, because out there in Minnesota, an air quality advisory had been issued through this evening. And then if you look at that greenish color over Denver and really the whole left side of the state of Colorado, that is a flash flood warning. Now, in just a second, we are going to show you some really, really crazy video of the mudslides that are now being cleaned up by the Department of Transportation out there in certain cities in Colorado. And then you've also got that bluish color next to California, parts of Arizona and Nevada. That is an excessive heat advisory, everybody. You can see temperatures out there already 91 degrees, even though it is not even 6 in the morning out on the West Coast. So we are continuing to keep tabs on all of these weather-related stories here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we are going to talk about for the next couple of minutes, starting with a story by Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez. She is talking about millions of wells that were once drilled deep into the earth that were extracting oil and gas. They are now taking a devastating toll on the environment. She is telling us more about the harmful chemicals leaking from these rusted pipes and why there may not be an easy fix.
Oil and gas help power the country, but they're also helping to destroy it. The Environmental Protection Agency says millions of forgotten oil and gas wells are currently leaking toxins into the land, drinking water, and air, causing problems for wildlife, landowners, and more.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
The issue is especially real for rancher Ashley Williams Watt, whose land is littered with dozens of old pipes starting to burst, releasing chemicals like methane gas, which dramatically contributes to global warming, and benzene, which can cause cancer.
We suspect 20 more, 40 more, 50 more. Like the unknowns out here, that's the terrifying part.
For years, experts have used cement to seal off pipes once most of the oil and gas is extracted, but they can come undone over time. The EPA estimates there are at least 3.2 million abandoned wells in the U.S., with 2.1 million that were never sealed off. But the crisis goes beyond Watt's property. Leaking abandoned wells exist all around the world.
This isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia, this is California, this is Gulf of Mexico, this is Aberdeen, Scotland, this is Middle East.
And experts say hundreds of thousands of pipes were drilled before officials started keeping proper records of their locations, making them hard to find and even harder to fix. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Ibanez for that report. Very sad story to hear that all of these toxins are being released into the environment. But I did zoom in our XRAD radar to the state of Colorado to show you that that green color that this hand is now hovered over on, this is a flash flood watch still in effect for literally a half of the state. Now, I actually do want to bring you the latest video of the mudslides that are happening out there. But actually, before I do that, everybody, I do believe that we are getting an update from officials on the breaking news situation that we are following in Antioch, Tennessee. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Direct Club, so let's take a listen.
I need 1 second.
Let me know when you're ready. You ready? All right. This morning, the police department was dispatched to an active shooter call here at the club behind me. From the investigation thus far, We believe that a day shift employee walked in just before 6 during shift change. The overnight shift people leaving, the day shift people coming in, and for whatever reason, the man opened fire. Multiple shots were fired inside the club. A total of 3 employees were hit. My understanding is that 1 employee was shot in the chest, 1 in the abdomen, and 1 in the leg. The latest report is that 1 of the 3 is in critical condition. Another employee, a female, injured her ankle while running. She is in non-critical condition and is being also treated at a medical facility. As officers were responding to the call, the shooter left the building. This day shift employee left the building. Officers spotted him at the intersection of Antioch Pike and Franklin Limestone Road. Officers demanded that he drop the gun. He was carrying a semi-automatic pistol with an extended magazine. Officers demanded that he drop the gun. He did not, but instead was directing the gun toward the officers. The man was shot by Metro Police. He went down in the intersection. Officers rendered aid to him. He was transported to a medical facility where he is now deceased. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation will handle this matter because it involves a police shooting. So the investigation into the shooting itself and some of the side issues will be handled by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Obviously, a very trying morning for the employees here. They're trying to make sense of what's happened, as well as our police officers. You know, you see active shooting calls around the country. You always hope and pray that those will not happen here. Well, one happened here this morning. We need to learn more about the gunman who went into the business this morning and fired. It's our understanding that he has worked here for a relatively short period of time. More research needs to be done as to him. And we have counseling services for the victim. The police department has a robust counseling services operation, and counselors are coming to assist those who were inside the building this morning when shots were fired. Before I take any questions, I want to let Joseph Pleasant from the Nashville Fire Department speak to the response from his team and the medical treatment rendered here. Joseph.
So as our personnel responded, they actually went in along with police as they were clearing the building to find the patients. They were actually with police as they went in and they found the patients there before transporting them to the hospital. Our personnel, obviously our firefighters were first on the scene because they are all EMTs, many are paramedics, and so they were there to give medical care. As Don said, we did make a total of 5 transports. 4 of those went to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. 1, the non-critical, went to Century Farms. That's not far from here. As you can see, we're still on the scene for now, but of course we'll be turning it over to PD and TBI to continue their investigation.
So the call went out at 5:58 this morning. Our response was within minutes. As you all know, the South Precinct is close. You would beginning to have officers start to come in for shift change. The overnight shift was winding down. Our shift change is at 6:30, so it was the overnight shift from the South Precinct who responded to the initial call. I can take a few questions. Again, we'll have more information later in the day.
Don, when you say more research needs to be done on the suspect, what does that research entail?
Well, at this point, we know a name. We need to flesh out where he lived. Were there any issues with him here at the business? Why would he do something like this? He was a day shift employee. The overnight shift was getting off, and he seemingly was reporting for work. But with him, as he reported for work, was this Glock semi-automatic pistol with an extended magazine, and for some reason he opened fire. Later in the day, we will be identifying the victims. Certainly their families need to be notified, and I'm expecting that's being done now at the hospitals.
Now, do you have any body cam footage of the incident that went down?
Yes, yes.
And will you all be releasing that at any time?
I anticipate so. Yeah, Natalie?
The gun? What's the gun again?
It was a Glock, it appears to be a Glock semi-automatic pistol with an extended magazine. I don't know the caliber at this moment.
Do you all think that there would have been more victims had you guys not responded so quickly?
Well, he had left the building and was walking on the street and was at the intersection of Antioch and Franklin Limestone when the officers saw him and tried to bring him into custody, tried to de-escalate the situation with the gun. Who knows what he intended to do next?
Are you able to say if to the employees, some of the staff members here were saying it was 2 security guards, are you able to say what positions these employees that were shot were? Were they security guards? Were they on the production line?
Well, to ensure that families know exactly who has been injured here, I think I'll refrain from that at the moment. Make sure that all the proper notifications can be made to those involved before I hone in specifically on who those people were.
And when you say de-escalation tactics were used, what do those entail from your officers?
Well, the police department places great emphasis on de-escalation training, essentially trying to use verbal communication to de-escalate a hostile situation. In this particular situation, the officers were responding to an active shooter call, and they had a confrontation with this guy in the intersection. We'll look at the body camera footage to understand exactly what occurred there, but certainly you try to de-escalate whenever possible, but if someone is armed with a semi-automatic pistol with an extended mag and they're pointing it around, that can be difficult.
Can you explain how, I guess, tragic this is to the people that work here, or coming to work on a day, just waiting to come in the building, some in the building, how tragic of a day this is?
Well, this is a beautiful Tuesday morning. Later in the day, the police department was planning on being at a number of events to commemorate Nashville's Night Out Against Crime, and we wake up to this morning. But let me emphasize that to the best of our knowledge at this moment, this is one person, one gunman, an employee here who walked in and started shooting for reasons still to be determined. You saw some units arriving a few moments ago. Those are our SWAT members. This is a very large building, and we want to clear that building for the peace of mind of all the employees. We want to clear the building to ensure that no one else is there. We don't have any indication that anyone else is in the building, but for everyone's peace of mind, we want our experts in clearing buildings to go through there to make sure no one else is there.
Do you know when employees will be allowed to return to work? Do you think the facility will be closed for a few days?
Well, there's going to be some processing of the scene where the shooting took place. Certainly the entire building will not be impacted by that, and that may be a decision that the company itself will make. Okay? We'll talk to you all later in the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, you just heard that update from Nashville Metropolitan Police. They did give some more information, yet another development in this breaking news situation out of Antioch, Tennessee. They did say that the suspect was a day shift employee heading to work while the night shift at Smile Direct Club was leaving their shift. He did confirm that 3 people were actually shot. One of those people is in critical condition. Now, they did say that they still have a lot of research to do on the suspect today. You actually heard him say that after police arrived on scene, they actually went into a standoff with the suspect at an intersection outside of the facility. He did raise a gun to the police officers, and that's when he was shot. He is at a local hospital, as well as the other 3 employees that were shot. So again, an update there from Nashville Metropolitan Police. We did want to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Again, we are continuing to follow this tragic breaking news. Thankfully, a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. The fact that nobody was killed, but they did say that one of the 3 people is in critical condition. So we've been following this situation all morning long here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. This is what we do, everybody. We bring you these breaking news updates. We bring you front row to the scene and continue to get you any developments, any new information as the story unfolds. Sometimes we bring you to the scene and we know not too much, but thankfully we do have 2 teams out there, one of them being a local Fox affiliate in the Nashville area. They are following this story, providing us information, and as you see, we just had an update from Metropolitan Police out in the Nashville area. The Smile Direct Club is actually has its headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee, but this did happen at one of its outsourced facilities in Antioch, Tennessee. We did learn that the facility is a plant where they make products for dental work, and they again are dealing with a very tragic situation out there. We do have another live look at the scene, but you may hear a reporter in the background. Again, these reporters out there doing hits for their local affiliates. So again, continuing to monitor that situation here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, it's been breaking news that we've been following for the last hour, and we did just have an update from police out there. But we are continuing to follow several stories here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Right before this update, I was taking you out to the Colorado area, and that is because we've been following some pretty crazy weather. They had mudslides impacting their area for the last several days. So I actually did want to bring you this video here on Live Now from Fox. This is some drone footage. I'm going to see if this does have any volume. And it appears that it does not. But I do want to bring you the latest information that we have received from the Colorado Department of Transportation. They are also the ones that provided us this video. Flooding caused by monsoonal rains at the end of July forced the Interstate 70 at Glenwood Canyon to remain closed to motorists. Drone footage filmed by the Colorado Department of Transportation this weekend here shows the extent of the mudslide damage to the canyon and its surrounding areas. According to local reports, multiple mudslides have been triggered in recent weeks due to heavy rain over an area burned by a wildfire in western Colorado. On the night of July 29th, dozens of motorists were reportedly trapped overnight on a local highway due to these mudslides. And Interstate 70 out there in Colorado remains closed near Glenwood Canyon. This is according to Department of Transportation officials. We are also following several wildfires across our nation. That one definitely came with some audio. So you are taking a look at footage provided to us by the U.S. Army, because Army personnel are helping combat a massive wildfire on Hawaii's Big Island. Big Island officials say the fire stretches over 62 square miles and is the largest wildfire ever recorded there. The flames did cause evacuations over the weekend, but those orders were lifted yesterday. Members of the 25th Combat Aviation Brigade lit backfires to burn away dry grass and brush, leaving nothing to burn if the flames head that way. Military aircrafts are also being used to help contain the flames. So really tragic scene out there. You can just see how much land has already burned in this specific video that was provided to us by the Army. So wanted to give you an update on that story here on Live Now from Fox. Again, continuing to follow several weather-related and environmental related news here on our show this morning. Meanwhile, speaking of weather, a little brighter news when it comes to weather. We are actually hoping that the weather holds up today in Central Florida. You are currently taking a live look at Port Canaveral right there on the Space Coast. Now, we are getting ready to launch another capsule to the ISS from the Space Coast today. It was supposed to happen on Friday. It's been delayed several times. So again, expecting some showers out here for most of the day in Central Florida, but we are hoping that Boeing's Starliner capsule will launch. This will be an uncrewed mission, and we actually will be joined by a NASA astronaut here in just about 20 minutes to tell us more about this launch. So we do want to bring you this story from 5's Alina Shirazi. She is actually the Space Coast reporter out here, 35 Orlando. So she'll be explaining a little bit more about the delays and what we expect this afternoon.
Few delays with the Starliner rollout last week, and then another after issues at the International Space Station. Now Boeing is ready for its second chance at its orbital flight test.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
Starliner will take up more than 550 pounds of NASA cargo and crew supplies. And if all goes well with their mission this time, it could pave the way for more scientific research that could help us back here on Earth.
To date, we've done over 3,000 experiments on the International Space Station, and the research community is very much looking forward to bringing on another commercial crew provider.
NASA's deputy chief scientist says the commercial crew program at NASA is reaching its goal to create more opportunities and more vehicles in space.
The commercial crew program not only means more crew members and more cargo, which means more science, but it also really enabled an infrastructure to not only get crew back more quickly, but also our science samples more quickly.
Experiments that could be on Boeing's future flights.
Absolutely, Boeing could be earmarked to take hardware up. Even on this flight, there's certain hardware that they're taking up or bringing back.
SpaceX's next cargo launch later this month will deliver a variety of science investigations, including a study on preventing and treating bone density loss, testing devices that detect and prevent vision disorders, and even a new robotic arm that could reveal potential uses on Earth.
This gets the research in the hands of researchers in a matter of hours now, and really opens up what we're able to study.
On the Space Coast, Alina Shirazi, Fox 35 News.
Again, here's a live look at a portion of the Space Coast, Port Canaveral, Florida, out there for you this morning. You can see there's a Disney cruise ship out there ready to go. We've had several test cruises heading out, and Disney did announce that they are going to be setting sail from Port Canaveral starting this month. A lot of people starting to travel. Speaking of travel, well, here is a live look at LAX International Airport out there in Los Angeles, California. In just a couple of minutes, we will be joined by Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette, because Spirit Airlines does not have a lot of travelers on their side this morning. So many cancellations and delays causing travelers to be stuck at these airports. It's not just happening in Los Angeles. We also had a report from Fox 35 Orlando this morning. Spirit Airlines is a Florida-based company, and we also do have a Fox News reporter covering this out of Atlanta International Airport. So stay with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we return, Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette will be giving us the latest from LAX, talking about how customers are feeling this morning, as some of them have been forced to even sleep at the airport. So that report is coming after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here, not too far from where you're looking at right now, Port Canaveral, Florida. We are located at Live Now from Fox's East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida, just about a half hour, 35 minutes away. Now, you're currently taking a live look at a Disney cruise out there, and we did just tell you that Disney expects to send paying passengers out to sea beginning this month. Now, this is a travel-related story that we're following closely here on Live Now from Fox, but there is a major travel story that we are also continuing to bring you updates on this morning, and we are going to head out to Los Angeles, California, where Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette is joining us from LAX because Spirit Airlines has delayed and canceled dozens of flights, leaving travelers left with really not much to do. Gigi, what can you tell us? What have you seen out there in the terminal this morning?
A lot of tired and very frustrated travelers. Good morning, Regina. Good morning, everyone. As you mentioned, we are live at LAX, one of the busiest airports in the country, and you are looking at Spirit Airlines. The line was this long when we arrived at about 3:30 this morning, and the airline has confirmed that they now have canceled over 400 flights, with dozens of them either arriving or leaving LAX, and many of the flights that weren't canceled, Regina, have been delayed, leaving travelers stranded and frustrated. And it's not only here in Los Angeles, this is happening across the country. Spirit passengers have reported waiting hours in long lines or on the telephone for customer service help, but many said they were left to fend for themselves. Now, Spirit Airlines have said that they're working around the clock to get back on track because of travel disruptions caused by weather and operational challenges. They call the bad weather, staffing shortages, and crews reaching the hour limits that they are legally allowed to fly, a perfect storm. And Spirit, of course, not the only airline canceling flights. Yesterday, American Airlines canceled 529 flights. That's almost 20% of its daily operation. So this has affected thousands of travelers across the country. This morning, Regina, we met one woman stranded here in Los Angeles. She is 7 months pregnant. She had booked a direct flight from Atlanta to Cleveland. LA wasn't even in the cards for her. Instead, they sent her here to catch another flight, which was then canceled. And now they're telling her they can't rebook her until Thursday. And the biggest complaint we're hearing isn't so much the delays and cancellations. It's the fact that Spirit isn't offering a lot of help. For example, Robin Wilson, the pregnant woman we spoke to this morning, told us that she was told she had to book her own hotel and that they could talk about reimbursements later. Now, for a lot of folks that have maybe limited credit or not a lot of cash available, that's a huge hardship. And this morning, another viewer reached out to the anchor desk telling us that after stranding her partner in Puerto Rico and ruining their vacation, Spirit offered them a voucher for future travel in the amount of $50. And she basically said, what am I going to do with that? So a lot of frustration. Regina?
Yeah, now, due to them not offering a whole lot, Gigi, have you seen people actually sleeping in the airport, or have they told you that they've at least tried to make other accommodations while they wait? Do people really see any resolution to this?
They're not seeing immediate resolution, that's for sure. That pregnant woman, again, Robin Wilson, she has been at the airport, or when we met up with her, she had been at the airport for 10 hours. She's 7 months pregnant, and in a pregnancy she calls high risk, and she had no voucher for a stay. And again, they were telling her they weren't going to be able to fly her anywhere until Thursday. So she was really stuck here in a dilemma, and we did see people sleeping at the airport because a lot of people just don't have that available to them if a voucher isn't offered immediately, and that's the number one gripe that we're hearing.
All right, well, absolutely crazy story that we are following. It's just amazing how many people are still online behind you, Gigi. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully these travelers get to at least lay down in a bed soon or get on a flight. Who knows? But thank you, Gigi, for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Regina.
All right, everybody. Again, a very crazy story that we are following out there in Los Angeles, out here in Orlando, and out in Georgia as well. As you heard Gigi say, this is not just impacting one area, but really several areas around our nation. Lots and lots of travelers impacted this morning. Now, I do want to let you know that we've got a news alert to bring you out of the Los Angeles area as well.
Well, yeah, that's always a good thing, because we often talk about the fact that
we've got Sky Fox over a pursuit of a murder suspect, and we've got Stu Mundell up there in the Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper. This is their coverage, everybody, so let's listen in.
It looks like they're setting up for a pit.
Yeah.
Sheriff's Department, for a while there, their policy was no pit, but then they changed it up. I don't know where they're sitting. Right now, look at that, they don't even have to. It's kind of just coming to a stop here, eastbound on Foothill that just passed Azusa Boulevard. Now, this is one of those situations where the car did stop. Don't know if that's going to be the actual vehicle, but look, right away, compliance. This is a good sign for law enforcement, good sign for us up here in the helicopter as well. It looks like the vehicle basically ran out of fuel. We're just past Azusa Boulevard, which is going to be west of Azusa on Foothill Boulevard. You can see the deputies down there. These guys were ready for this. They have those guys are, they have the heavy armament. They have the and also the protection. There you go, female driver getting out first. Hands up, following the directions. Again, though, we're not clear if the driver is the wanted for questioning in the homicide or the passenger. Right now, though, it really doesn't make a difference. It looks like this pursuit coming to an end in the Azusa area. Sheriff's Department, they're handling it. Looks like the driver complying. And also, I see hands on the passenger side out as well. So hopefully both of them will comply and go into custody without incident.
Well, this is the best case scenario right now. We've seen so many of these things become so dangerous and sometimes take a deadly turn. So the woman is being taken into custody. That we're seeing.
The passenger's still in the car at this point.
Still in the car. I know we saw the hands up a moment ago, but I don't see that right now, Stu.
They're still right there. They're little. You just kind of look at that rooftop. You can see those hands still kind of pointing out up in the air right there, Roxy. We might be able to move Sky Fox around just a little bit. We're kind of packed in here, but we'll try to get around to the other side. But again, you can see the tenseness, and this is the only thing we can work with up here in the helicopter. We're always looking at their stance. In this case, the deputies' stances, and you believe that is probably the homicide suspect. That's the person that they want to talk to. Deputies still very steady and alert, but they're waiting for this passenger to get out of that vehicle. Unsure if they're going to make him get out that side or even come across. We've seen that in the past as well.
Well, presumably they're going to ask the passenger to pretty much follow the same procedure. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And it seems as though the passenger is complying with the commands of law enforcement there, Stu.
That's right, but until those cuffs are on, it's always still, it's not over till it's over, and that's what in law enforcement, that's what they're looking at right now. They want to make sure that suspect is cuffed, patted down, and then make sure that there are no weapons. But it does definitely look like this suspect complying this morning after a long pursuit, super high speeds on the freeways, and a little bit of off-roading, as it would be out here, as this suspect was driving through a park when they ran out of roadway up here in the Glendora area. Right now, though, coming to an end in the Azusa area, just west of Azusa Boulevard on Foothill. So you can see right there, and one suspect in custody, and thank goodness nobody was hurt in this chase.
Yeah, as far as we know, 2 pursuits in 2 days, and at least with this one, as opposed to the one yesterday, there didn't seem to be any accidents. Yesterday, there was an accident involved in that pursuit, but this one seems to be coming, Stu, to a peaceful end.
Peaceful end indeed, and you can see the deputies are going to have to clear that vehicle, but everybody's still at their ready. They just want to make sure they've got all their ducks in a row. But take a look at the number of officers or deputies that are here. Justin gets a wider shot. These were very dangerous suspects in this vehicle. Homicide, it doesn't get much worse than that, and they definitely wanted to get that gentleman into custody, and they clearly have. Right now, though, they still have to clear that vehicle, but again, though, most likely nothing in the trunk but dirty laundry. And right now, we can say nobody was hurt in this chase, and that's a huge plus.
Wow. All right, Stu, thank you for being on top of this and bringing us the very latest as we watch this come to an end. Appreciate that. We're going to really change things up right now.
We're going to change the entire conversation right now.
Completely go from that
to Amanda.
To Amanda with entertainment.
Yes. Although
completely.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez breaking in here. Very busy morning here on Live Now from Fox. You were just watching a police pursuit that we did catch the tail end of. It was a pursuit of an alleged murder suspect. And at the end there, you did see the car come to a complete stop. They did say they believe that the car literally ran out of fuel after an off-roading pursuit. But the driver and passenger complying out there, being arrested and taken into custody. So pretty quick pursuit. You heard them say literally 2 pursuits in the span of 2 days. Meanwhile, we are also keeping tabs on this breaking news out in Antioch, Tennessee. We did just receive an update from Metropolitan Police out there in Nashville, where they did say that 3 Smile Direct Club employees at a facility out in Antioch were shot. One of them is in critical condition. They were all taken to the hospital. The suspected gunman was a day shift employee at the Smile Direct Club, coming to work while the night shift was leaving. He did end up getting into a standoff with Metropolitan Police on the corner outside of the facility where they did shoot him. He is also at a local hospital as well. Metropolitan Police saying that they still need to do a lot of research on this man. There is still no motive, and they are going to work to give us a name as soon as possible later today. So any more developments on this situation, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, because this is what we do, everybody. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. We are just minutes away from entirely switching gears out here, going to be joined by a NASA astronaut talking about the potential of a Starliner launch this afternoon at around 1:20 p.m. Eastern time. Really keeping tabs on the rainy weather that we are seeing out here, everybody. So stay with us. More on this story coming up. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is Tuesday, August 3rd, and you are currently taking a live look at Port Canaveral, Florida. It is on what we like to call the Space Coast, everybody. Now, all eyes are on the Space Coast, specifically now monitoring the weather out here. We've had some pretty rainy conditions all morning long. Excuse me. I said launch because the big launch is set to happen this afternoon. NASA and Boeing are targeting 1:20 p.m. Eastern time today as Starliner's second uncrewed flight test will be bound for the International Space Station. Well, here to tell us more about it is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore. He is joining us via Zoom right now. Mr. Wilmore, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Oh, my pleasure. Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you on here with us. Now, I must say, Butch, what are you thinking right now? We're kind of keeping tabs on the weather. We've got some rainy conditions. Do you foresee this possibly being delayed again? I know there's been some delays within the last week.
Well, I tell you, we try to think positively here at NASA. Right now, we are focusing on the fact that we are 60% chance of go. So that's better than 50. And that's better than 59. So hopefully the weather keeps it. All we need is a hole for a certain period of time, and we'll launch this. Everything else is good to go.
Well, that is good news. Now, really want to explain more of what's happening today, Mr. Wilmore. Now, I know NASA and Boeing are partnering on Starliner as part of the agency's commercial crew program. So can you tell us what this program is?
Sure. Yeah, I equate it to like Boeing builds F-18s and sells them to the Navy. And it's the same thing with the commercial crew program. We have two providers, Boeing, obviously, with the Starliner spacecraft, and SpaceX with the Dragon, and they build the rockets and the spacecraft, and they basically, sell them, if you will, to NASA. And that's, we're in the infancy of that program, but step by step as we get there, and for this specifically today, you design, you build, you test, you flight test, and then you go into operational kind of a mode. And right now we've designed, we've built, we're in the test mode still. So that's why it's an uncrewed launch. And then eventually, hopefully end of this year, probably in the spring, it'll be the mission that I'll be on will be the flight test with crew on board. And then we'll get more into the operational role of the spacecraft.
Well, that's so exciting to know that you will potentially be on this crewed mission later on this year. So because of that, what will you specifically be keeping tabs on today?
Well, actually, it's all aspects of the mission. On the first test that we ran, we got the launch. All things went well up through the launch process. We got the descent, the entry, and the landing. All that went pristine. It was the middle portion that we missed. That was the phasing, the rendezvous, the docking to the space station, and then, of course, attached to the space station for some certain ops, and then undocking, departure from the space station. That's the part we missed. So that's what we're focusing on this test flight. Obviously, you still get the launch, you still get the entry landing, but our goal is to get the middle part as well, end-to-end test.
Mr. Wilmore, I can't stray away from the fact that it's been an exciting space news world these last couple of weeks. We saw 2 billionaires have a space race, go to space. So how does that compare to this crewed mission that we will see? And really, how is NASA's work paving the way for really anybody to go to space one day?
Well, that's an interesting question. It's so these first couple of launches that you saw a couple of weeks ago, these were suborbital flights, meaning you're not getting to an orbital velocity where you circle the globe. So it's more of a parabola that they flew. So you get 3 to 5 minutes of zero gravity feel as you fly that parabola and then come back down. That's it's step by step, right? This is the infancy of space, even now, at least for the civilian sector. So those are the first types of flights. Eventually, they hope to get those orbital speeds where they can actually stay in orbit. And those are plans for SpaceX and maybe eventually the Starliner as well to take other people, non-astronauts, non-professional astronauts, and get them the experience of space and various science and things that they want to accomplish as well.
Now, I know that there is something called the Artemis missions that we've been keeping tabs on for the last couple of years. So can you explain what the Artemis missions are and how NASA's commercial crew program is helping us prepare for them?
Oh, absolutely. So the commercial crew program, again, low Earth orbit, orbiting in the vicinity of the Earth itself. Artemis and the Space Launch System, the SLS rocket that will launch Artemis, that is going beyond low Earth orbit, but out into the farther reaches of space. And right now, the vicinity of the moon is the target. The Artemis spacecraft, along with the Gateway, kind of a space station type of setup that we will put in orbit in the vicinity of the moon, not around the moon, but vicinity of the moon, and will operate from that position, Gateway, and to and from the surface. So again, it's step by step. The Commercial Crew Program, many of the systems and the displays and what that will be used on Artemis, we are using on Starliner. We'll be testing those as a precursor to the Artemis flights. So there's a little connection right there, but certainly step by step, still in low Earth orbit. These spacecraft cannot go beyond low Earth orbit, but Artemis and the SLS system, the Space Launch System, they can and they will.
All right, well, Mr. Wilmore, I'm actually showing a camera that we have very, very close to the launch site here in Port Canaveral. Looks a little cloudy, so fingers crossed about the launch today, but we are hoping that it's going to happen. Right now, we are set for go, like you said. Now, where can our viewers go to watch the launch and keep up with the mission progress in a whole?
Well, the easiest place is nasa.gov. You can stream NASA TV. You can see it all, get the commentary, the moment by moment as events happen. So that's where I would go. But there's probably other sources as well. Some of the national news media, maybe Fox will carry the launch, and you can watch it there as well.
Yeah, we will most definitely be streaming it here on Live Now from Fox as well. But NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore joining us here on Live Now this morning to talk all about this really anticipated launch. Thank you so much for being with us here, and we're excited about this afternoon.
My pleasure. Thank you. We're excited as well.
All right. Well, a huge thank you to Mr. Wilmore. Again, we bring on these experts because they know their stuff, guys. It's an exciting time for space exploration, and it's an exciting time in our nation as far as hopefully one day, I know I will try to be the first one with a ticket if anybody and everyone can eventually go to space. Don't really have the money for that right now, but I'll start saving up because missions like this are paving the way. Once again, taking a live look at Port Canaveral, Florida, but we are actually getting a feed of Governor Ron DeSantis speaking elsewhere in Florida. I'm actually going to look and tell you that he is near Miami. So let's take a listen here to what he has to say on Live Now from Fox.
Conservation Committee, and then we've got a lot of members of the South Florida Water Management District, the chairman Chauncey Goss, we have vice chairman Scott Wagner, Alligator Ron Bergeron, Ben Butler, Charlotte Roman, Jackie Thurlow Lipsich, and Cheryl Mead. So I want to thank you guys for what you've done. You've made a huge difference when we made big changes with the board early in my tenure. I think it's really set a tone. Today, we're here to celebrate the removal of the nearly 6-mile-old Tamiami Trail roadbed, which has been completed 6 months ahead of schedule. The project is part of the Central Everglades Planning Project and the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. Back in March of this year, we stood right here announcing the groundbreaking for the removal of the old Tamiami Trail roadbed, which was expected to be completed by January of 2022. But as you can see behind me, where the nearly 6 miles of roadbed once stood, now clean water is moving south. The removal of the roadbed is expected to increase the flow of clean, fresh water into Northeast Shark River by more than 220 billion gallons a year. The removal of the removal of the roadbed also reduces estuary discharges and increases flow into Everglades National Park from the water conservation areas. This project has been a partnership between the South Florida Water Management District, the Florida Department of Transportation, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, as well as the U.S. Department of Transportation and National Park Service. Today's announcement builds on the commitments we've made since day one of my administration. We pledged significant funding for Everglades restoration projects, and we've delivered. We've actually delivered more up to this point than we had even initially forecasted, and we're proud of that. We're proud that this is now something that the legislature is fully on board with. During the last 2 years, we've made great progress on other Everglades projects, including initiating the final phase of construction of the C-43 reservoir and nearing completion of the C-44 reservoir and stormwater treatment area. We're also making great progress on construction of the EAA Reservoir project, one of the most important Everglades restoration projects for reducing harmful discharges to the estuaries and sending more clean and fresh water south. The EAA Reservoir project includes two major features: a treatment wetland that will clean water and a reservoir that will store excess water from Lake Okeechobee. At my direction, South Florida Water Management District expedited the progress on the treatment wetland component, which the state of Florida is constructing. Construction began 12 months ahead of schedule and is scheduled for completion in 2023. Earlier this year, the district approved the project partnership agreement with the U.S. Army Corps to begin construction of the 10,500-acre above-ground water storage reservoir. And just last week, Florida celebrated the completion of the Kissimmee River Restoration Project, a project more than 20 years in the making, which restores historic flows to more than 40 square miles of river floodplain in the headwaters of the Everglades. So removing barriers to move water south benefits the Everglades and restoration of its critical ecosystem, and helps to protect the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries from harmful discharges. I'm proud of the progress we're seeing on these projects. We're going to continue to pursue them, and we're going to continue to go all the way through the finish line when we get all this stuff done. So I want to thank everyone for what they're doing. We're going to have some other folks come up. So let me invite up Alligator Ron Bergeron. And then we'll go. Do you want me to just MC? I'll just go ahead. I'll go ahead and do it. So come on, Ronnie.
Thank you, Governor. Well, howdy, everybody. I'm going to try to make this brief, but it's a mighty big subject. But, you know, sitting here 6 months ago, looking at a road and that was built over a century ago and completed in 1928. And it's hard to find anything that's older than me. But it's what a great day for the Everglades to reestablish the natural sheet flow from the northern Everglades all the way to Florida Bay. I would like to thank the governor and our legislators for their leadership in Everglades restoration. Governor, you ask us to expedite Everglades projects. I'm proud to stand here today and tell you we've delivered again. When you took office, you set out a bold vision for Everglades to reestablish the natural sheet flow and call for record funding, Everglades restoration, moving more water south and reducing harmful discharges into Caloosahatchee and to St. Lucie. We have made great progress, as the governor mentioned. We've had multiple ribbon cuttings from the Kissimmee River to the C-44 to the C-43. Under our governor's leadership, we are moving forward. I can remember the day when we took one step forward and two steps back. But under the leadership of our governor, we're taking steps forward every day to save one of the natural wonders of the whole world. I'd like to recognize all our staff at South Florida Water Management. I got to tell you, I'm a businessman that's been in business a long time. Had a lot of staff around me, but you are the perfect staff, and I compliment you for your dedication to the quality of life for everyone in Florida. Moving water south is so important. That reduces the amount of water going east and west. Reestablish the natural sheet flow from the northern Everglades all the way to Florida Bay. 1,500,000 acre-feet of water flowed naturally in an average rain year. And Florida Bay will benefit, and Everglades National Park and our rivers will benefit. This project affects the global Everglades. So as we go into the future and working with our governor, I can remember even prior to the election, him developing his vision for Florida, for 9 million people, our drinking water, the infrastructure to future growth and jobs, which is important as well. So I'm extremely honored to be here today. I do want to mention my commander, Rodney Beretta, sitting on the FWC Commission. This was a project that we brought to South Florida Water Management over a decade ago. And here we are today being able to celebrate this. and it's especially because of the leadership of our governor moving forward. So I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to thank all our stakeholders. You know, your passion on the Everglades and the quality of life for future generations and our drinking water, extremely important. The journey of water is the life for South Florida. And I'm very honored, and thank you, Governor, for your appointment. It's been a great honor for me to be a part of all of this, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Secretary Sean Hamilton.
Thank you, Governor. Today we are here to celebrate another milestone for Everglades restoration. The Tamiami Trail projects, the EA Reservoir project, and other critical Everglades restoration projects were identified by Governor DeSantis in his Achieving More Now for Florida's Environmental Executive Order. In addition, the command was to expedite those projects and get them completed as quickly as possible. Point behind us. When he first took office, he made it clear that the environment would be one of the cornerstones of his administration. The protection of Florida's vital water resources is one of the most pressing issues facing our state. Backing up this commitment and ensuring the resources to expedite the state's efforts, he advocated for a historic investment of $2.5 billion over 4 years. With support of the legislature, Florida is now halfway there, having invested more than $1.25 billion over the past 2 years. Again, $1.25 billion in just 2 years. The water flowing unobstructed behind us shows the investment in action and once again demonstrates the governor and this state's resolve to boldly accelerate and finally deliver, as Allegany Ron said, these critical projects, many of which were conceived and started decades ago. The removal of the old Tamiami Trail roadbed means that more water will flow south, and this part of reducing, which is a big part of reducing, not just a part, but a big part of reducing the harmful discharges from Lake Okeechobee. This is one of our many restoration initiatives like the EA Reservoir focused on improving water quality and restoring the hydrology and ecology of the greater Everglades ecosystem. DEP is working very closely with the South Florida Water Management District along with other state and federal agencies to lead these initiatives, and we are making a tremendous amount of progress under the leadership of Governor DeSantis. Our waters and wetlands are critical to the economy and our way of life in Florida. Under Governor DeSantis, the state of Florida is leading the way on environmental protection. We will continue to expedite water quality projects in South Florida and across the state for the benefit of all Floridians. Thank you for having me here today.
All right, thanks. Rodney Barreto.
Thank you, Governor. Lieutenant Governor, it's great to see you, the hometown girl. Before we get into the remarks, I also want to recognize Ron Bergeron, who ran off and got married to his longtime friend, Ali, after 21 years. Wow. Snuck one in on us.
That's big news.
Big news. Listen, Governor, as we said several months ago when we were standing right here, it takes leadership, and you have provided leadership from day one. It wasn't just a political statement in a campaign. You said the Everglades was your priority, and you've made it that way. You've put the money where your mouth is. You made all the projects come to fruition. This is Everglades was going to live on forever. Thank you very much, sir.
We have Eric Eichenberg. Where's Eric?
Good morning. This is another exciting day to be together. We're getting used to these, aren't we? I want to take us back to January the 8th, 2019, just after high noon, when the governor made it very clear that we were not going to allow foot draggers to stand in our way. And under the governor's leadership and that of Chairman Goss, the South Florida Water Management District, Drew Bartlett, there's been no foot dragging. And I want to say how proud we are to be a part of this event today. For 100 years, this strip of asphalt and its successor here decapitated the flow of water south into Everglades National Park and to America's Everglades. Under this governor, he made it very clear that we need to remove the barriers, the hurdles that were in place to allow the flow of water to the south, to allow water to hit Everglades National Park and ultimately down to Florida Bay. And under this administration and this governor, to have these type of events where we're not able to just dream and wish, but to be here and to see the fruits of this labor, the fruits of leadership, the ability to say we're going to knock down the barriers, we're going to ensure that we're flowing water from Lake Okeechobee to the south. And recently the governor called for a balanced approach as it pertains to Lake Okeechobee. And as this loathsome process unfolds and heads towards the finish line, it's because of the leadership of this man that called for the removal of the Tamiami Trail original road, for the bridging of Tamiami Trail, for the flow of water south and the construction of the Everglades Reservoir, that we're seeing that. And to now have a loathsome process that's going to be balanced, equitable, and flowing the much needed water south, the removal of this road just puts a period behind the leadership that said we must send water south. Governor, thank you for all you do. Thank you for your commitment to America's Everglades and for your leadership.
Kim Taplin, Army Corps. Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Thank you. So thank you. I'm here today on behalf of Jacksonville District's Commander Andrew Kelly, who could not be here today. And it's really good to be with you to celebrate yet another milestone in Everglades restoration. As was mentioned just last Thursday, where we gathered around the Kissimmee River to celebrate the completion of the backfilling of that canal and restoring the Kissimmee River and its oxbows. And that, as we watched, we set the standard for large-scale ecosystem restoration that the world has been watching, and Kissimmee River is proof positive that if you build it, they will come. And so what you see behind us here, too, is another example of that, removing the barriers to flow and letting Mother Nature and water flow the way it used to in the River of Grass. Just last October, we also gathered up the road to celebrate a couple of things. The Corps' initiation of construction of what's known as the Central Everglades Planning Project South Phase. Again, removing barriers and putting in capacity to move water south. Removing the barriers to water flow and connecting the Everglades is something we've been talking about for decades. As Ron Bergeron knows, we were mentioning that before we got started here. But the thing behind us has been one of the most significant obstacles to getting water to move south and removing that old Tamiami Trail. The expedited completion of the removal of the old trail roadbed by our phenomenal partners at the South Florida Water Management District is nothing short of amazing. It's been key. Today's ceremony is proof that Everglades restoration is described by one word these days: momentum. We are proud to partner with our federal, state, local, and tribal governments, the U.S. Congress, Florida legislature, stakeholder groups, and members of the public to continue that momentum. I'm honored to represent the Corps of Engineers and celebrate with you longtime friends and colleagues who have worked so hard for so many years to bring us to this moment. Thank you for inviting me. I'm honored to be here. Thank you, sir.
Great. Well, thanks, everyone. We really appreciate that. I'm going to make a few other comments about different subject and then take a couple questions. There's been a lot of talk with respect to the COVID positive tests and things like that. And I think it's important to point out, since we did our Seniors First vaccination effort at the end of last year, beginning of this year, we've seen between a 70 and 75% reduction in mortality year over year compared to last summer's wave, as well as in the January peak. We've also seen almost 25,000 fully vaccinated people test positive. I think we had assumed that it would provide more sterilizing immunity. And so the positive tests, and people are like, well, why is this happening? I was vaccinated, it shouldn't happen. And all I can tell you is what the data we see and the hospitals we talk to all point that this is helping reduce dramatically mortality, particularly among our most vulnerable residents. You can still test positive. I think we're seeing that. But at the end of the day, really turning this in from something that was much more threatening to, say, a senior citizen to something that is more manageable. I mean, that's a huge, huge thing. I mean, we have a 90% reduction plus in mortality in long-term care facilities since we went into those at the end of last year, beginning of this year. So yes, there are positive tests among vaccinated. At the same time, the mortality and all the data is very, very clear. And so we think doing the seniors first was the right thing to do. And we think the fact that even amidst a lot of positive tests, you still see much less mortality than we did year over year. That's important. So it may not mean you'll ever test positive, but I do think the severity has been lessened, and I think these hospitals would all say the same thing in terms of what they're seeing. In fact, they're seeing a much lower median age, and I think it's because so many of the elderly, we basically protected the vulnerable very quickly. 91% of seniors, according to CDC in Florida, have gotten at least one shot. If you look 50 and up, over 75% vaccinated, and then many have recovered from COVID. So you're looking at well over 80+% that have some form of protection. Also worth pointing out, place like Miami-Dade, Jackson hospital system, one of the largest in the country, their COVID positive patients are about half of what they were during last summer's wave right now, the census. Now we have other parts of Florida where it's exceeding what they had last summer, but I do think the fact that Miami went through a wave, I think you have a lot of population immunity. I do think you have good vaccination. That is just the reality that we're seeing here, and so I think that's a positive sign. So going forward, we're really looking at to me, the best indicator, I know the media fixates on cases, but the best indicator is the emergency room visits for COVID-like illness. And when you see that go up, you're going to see increase in prevalence and an increase in hospital admissions. When that levels off or goes down, all the other indicators follow that. And so we follow that very closely. It went up very sharply throughout most of July. Towards the end of last month, it started to stabilize. We've basically been plateau. So we're looking to see that roll over. And when that rolls over, I think you're going to see some of the other indicators roll over as well. But at the end of the day, having protected the vulnerable, having protected seniors, we do have the data that's saying this is reducing the potential severity of that. And so these things come. We have summer season for whatever reason in the Sun Belt, and particularly Florida. We'll nose over and go. It will probably come back in the winter, just like last year. Not as much as the Northeast, but we'll see. But at the end of the day, I think ultimately the numbers speak for themselves in terms of the severity and the fact that we're down so much, both in nursing home and in the broader senior population. And so that's a really, really good thing. Happy to take a few questions. Such as?
All right, everybody, welcome to Live Now from Fox. You've been listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis addressing COVID-19. He was saying that it was a great thing the Sunshine State decided to vaccinate seniors first, and that they will continue to take a look at the case numbers. And he says we're hearing more and more cases of fully vaccinated people testing positive for coronavirus, but it is stopping hospitalizations and deaths for sure. We have learned that we're going to lose this live picture here in just moments. I'm going to take you out to a Senate hearing on domestic terrorism here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing on from live event to live event.
Americans. I'd like to thank each of our witnesses for joining us today and for their work in the public and private sectors to protect the American people. I look forward to hearing each of your perspectives on how to better define this threat and its roots, how it spreads, the impact it has on communities, and what more the federal government should do to address domestic terrorism while respecting Americans' civil rights and their civil liberties. In the last few years, our nation has witnessed horrific acts of violence, such as the massacres at the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, and a shopping center in El Paso that targeted Black, Jewish, and Latino Americans, respectively. Even more recently, we have seen rising violent attacks on Asian Americans and a growing anti-government movement that planned and executed an attack on the seat of our democracy earlier this year. While these only represent a handful of attacks driven by white supremacy and violent extremism, each one takes an unimaginable toll on the victims and their families. Communities across the country live in fear that they could be attacked or murdered on the street, in their place of worship, or while going about their daily lives just because of who they are. I'm particularly concerned that these attacks, along with the growing climate of hateful rhetoric, intimidation, and targeted violence that we are seeing across the country, are a signal of something worse to come. If the federal government does not take swift action to address this festering threat, I fear we'll see more tragic attacks and lose more lives to domestic violent extremism. But effectively combating this growing threat requires the federal government to accurately assess it, track and publicly report these incidents, and use that data to ensure that we are devoting the appropriate resources and personnel to tackle the threat. Organizations like the Anti-Defamation League and the Center for Strategic and International Studies have tracked data related to domestic violent extremism and concluded that our nation is facing the highest levels of violence based on religion, race, ethnicity, and politics in decades. I'm disappointed that despite these clear warning signs, the federal government has failed to effectively track rising domestic terrorism threat. I've been raising concerns about this failure for years. I worked alongside Senator Johnson to write a provision signed into law as part of the 2019 National Defense Authorization Act to require DHS, FBI, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to better track and publicly report this critical data. Despite passing the law, the first report was nearly 9 months overdue and did not provide all of the requested data. We need to get serious about taking on these heinous threats and the violence that stems from them. In my view, we must change the way the federal government approaches domestic terrorism. That will require not only improving the way government tracks the threat, but also better understanding how these hateful ideologies spread across social media platforms and how that online transmission can lead to real-world violence. This is an issue that this committee will continue to examine throughout the year. And I look forward to taking what we learned from our witnesses today and using it to inform our efforts going forward. Whether we are conducting oversight or working on additional policy solutions, we must ensure that we're doing everything in our power to address the grave threat posed by domestic terrorism. With that, I'll turn it over to Ranking Member Portman for his opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your holding this hearing to examine the persistent and concerning threat posed by domestic terrorists and violent extremists. This is a threat to communities all across our country. Today, we will hear from representatives of certain communities that have been affected by the violence they have experienced. While I'm very much looking forward to hearing their testimony, it's important we recognize all communities that have been impacted by domestic terrorism and violent extremism. Not all of those are represented here today. It's important to recognize the threat of all types of domestic terrorism. Interestingly, just in the last week here in the United States Senate, we have been learning more about one of those domestic terrorist threats listed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation that we won't hear about today. This is eco-terrorism. It turns out that one of the nominees from the Biden administration nominated to run the Bureau of Land Management had been involved in eco-terrorism, putting spikes into trees that then cause injury to loggers and others who were involved in timbering. So there are lots of kinds of terrorism. Domestic terrorists and violent extremists are not a new phenomenon, nor are the methods that are used to advance their causes. As chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, which is a subcommittee of this full committee, I held a hearing in July of 2016 examining foreign terrorists' use of our internet and social media platforms for radicalization and recruitment. That hearing was also aimed at understanding the threat and how the federal government was and should be addressing that threat. And we heard directly from witnesses at the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the State Department. This was a bipartisan investigation, and it was shocking. I'm disappointed that we will not hear testimony today from a single government official about how the federal government is addressing the domestic terrorism and violent extremism threat. Each of the witnesses at that July 2016 Permanent Subcommittee Investigations hearing highlighted the challenges we face in combating terrorism and violent extremism in the age of the Internet, including the reality that the digital environment often accelerates recruitment and radicalization efforts, and the speed with which individuals online can mobilize to violence, often referred to as the flash-to-bang effect. 5 years later, we are still seeing the same weapons being used within our own communities, and we are also increasingly seeing many domestic violent actors connecting with and learning from foreign groups and individuals. Domestic terrorists and violent extremists, inspired by a range of ideological beliefs, on the right and on the left, are increasingly using these digital platforms to spread hate and incite violence here at home. As Americans, we value our First Amendment rights, of course, including the right to express our beliefs. But nothing gives someone a right to carry out acts of violence. We must also acknowledge recent violence in the form of assaults on government, specifically law enforcement. Violent extremists from all segments of the ideological spectrum are increasingly targeting the military, law enforcement, and government personnel. I wrote a letter to the Department of Homeland Security, to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, in May, requesting information on what the department was doing to deter and combat these violent attacks, including on their personnel. Any attack on our nation's law enforcement or other government officials is an attack on the rule of law and on our American ideals. The safety and security of our communities has been a key priority for this committee and for me. After the Pittsburgh Tree of Life tragedy in October of 2018, I brought together leaders of faith-based groups and nonprofit entities across Ohio for a faith security conference in Columbus to discuss how to best respond to these threats. We had the Department of Homeland.
All right, everybody, we're going to break into the Senate hearing right now, and that's because we have NASA Administrator Bill Nelson providing some remarks right now. Let's listen in, live, raw, unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
It's 1% of Earth, and they've made oxygen. Ingenuity has defeated the odds. It's now a scout for Perseverance. It's the first flight on another planet. It's also been very busy on the ISS, including our national lab activities. So I want to thank you for your work, certainly through this pandemic, but also over the past 15 years. We have 7 astronauts and cosmonauts on the station right now, but for every person in space, there are thousands more on the ground working hard to ensure the success of the crew. A lot of that brain power supports our ISS National Lab activities. And that's a unique partnership between NASA and CASIS, the Center for Advancement of Science in Space. It's an organization that manages the ISS National Lab. We're dedicated to ensuring that the ISS delivers value for the U.S. and the world through supporting non-NASA research on the ISS. And I know how you all have worked tirelessly to advance the U.S. leadership in science and R&D innovation and to support commercial space activities. I'm very happy to have been involved in some of this important work of this community during the time from the beginning, because I had the privilege, along with Kay Bailey Hutchinson, of passing the 2005 NASA Authorization Act, which Kay insisted, let's designate the ISS as a national lab. And then I sponsored the 2010 Authorization Act that further defined the operations of the national lab and co-authored legislation that would extend the ISS until at least 2030. And we passed that in the Senate, and I believe we'll see the Congress this year extend the life of the station to 2030. I'm happy to see that my old committee, the Commerce Committee, It continues to lead in innovative policy in this area, including their recent proposal for microgravity national lab that could continue the important work started by the ISS National Lab. And it would be indefinitely, including suborbital and future low Earth orbit platforms. So I want you to know that research on the ISS is an important priority. And it certainly is also for Pam Melroy, the Deputy Administrator of NASA, because she spent 3 of her space flights assembling the ISS. Both of our support for the ISS and the National Lab is unwavering, and we're working hard on securing the support needed to officially extend the life of the station and then beyond the station to see the commercial activities and, who knows, we hope, a commercial space station in low Earth orbit. There's just no place on Earth where you can find a lab like the ISS, where the microgravity environment allows for cutting-edge research. 36 years ago, I had the privilege of conducting such a medical experiment, then sponsored by the University of Alabama at Birmingham, protein crystal growth. Mine was a very crude device, no control for vibration, no control for temperature, and yet the crystals that we grew in microgravity compared to the same crystals grown on Earth were extraordinarily larger and more pure as they were examined by an electron microscope or X-ray diffraction. On station, NASA and our commercial and international partners have carried out groundbreaking science. The ISS has hosted more than 3,000 experiments from over 4,200 researchers from more than 100 countries. We've made incredible out-of-this-world discoveries, including advancing fundamental physics through the creation and study of fifth state of matter on board the ISS. We are also supporting research from our partners at the NSF and NIH. You just heard from Dr. Francis Collins, the amazing head of NIH. And that includes research into tissue engineering and genetic differences due to spaceflight, all of which advances innovation and understanding that can lead to better health, better outcomes for our country. And with the Department of Energy, we're looking for indications of dark matter to help researchers determine what the universe is made of and how it began. Kay Bailey Hutchinson and I particularly wanted to get that 134th and 135th mission of the space shuttle so Dr. Ting could get his research project up there looking for the dark matter. And in addition to serving as a hub for cutting-edge national research, the ISS
All right, everybody, again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm going to be interrupting NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. He is giving the keynote address this morning at the ISS Research and Development Conference, or ISS R&D Conference for short. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be listening in on New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, who is expected to be having an update this morning about possible proof of COVID-19 vaccinations for people doing certain activities, including being at certain locations. So again, 2-minute break on tap. When you return, we'll be live in New York, New York.
We have now reached 5 million New Yorkers have gotten at least one dose of the vaccine. 5 million New Yorkers. We're now at this point we dreamed of, and now we're going to go farther. We're going to go farther with a smart mix of incentives and mandates because it's all about vaccination. I've been saying now over the last few weeks, we're going to climb the ladder. We're going to use every tool we've got to fight the Delta variant and to end the COVID era once and for all in this city. That means more and more vaccinations. And we know that strong, clear mandates help. So we started, of course, with a mandate for our frontline health workers, Health and Hospitals, Department of Health, requiring that they get tested or vaccinated, obviously with a strong, strong preference for vaccination. Then we said new employees will be required to get vaccinated before they could start work for the city of New York. These kind of actions are making an impact far beyond the boundaries of New York City. We're seeing our state and other states like California following suit. We're seeing the federal government following suit. New York City's starting every time the action. We're setting the pace, and we're going to do that again today with today's announcement. But let me also talk about the private sector. We've seen leaders in the private sector blaze the trail here. I want to thank a great New York City entrepreneur, Danny Meyer, for the announcement he made regarding his restaurants. I want to thank Equinox and SoulCycle for the decision they made about vaccine mandates. I want to thank everyone in the Broadway community for the decision they made related to indoor performances. So examples right there, dining, fitness, performances, where you see leaders in the private sector already saying clearly, vaccination's the answer. We need these strong, clear mandates. And we've proven that even with outdoor entertainment, it makes sense. Our homecoming concerts are going to be amazing. But if you want to go to one of them, you have to be vaccinated. That's a requirement. Climbing this ladder is giving us more and more ability to fight back the Delta variant. By fighting the Delta variant, we will continue our recovery, and we will ultimately beat COVID. So today I announce a new approach, which we're calling the Key to NYC Pass. The key to New York City. When you hear those words, I want you to imagine the notion that because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city. This is a miraculous place, literally full of wonders. And if you're vaccinated, all that's going to open up to you. You'll have the key, you can open the door. But if you're unvaccinated, unfortunately, you will not be able to participate in many things. That's the point we're trying to get across. It's time for people to see vaccination as literally necessary to living a good and full and healthy life. The Key to NYC Pass will be a first-in-the-nation approach. It will require vaccination for workers and customers in indoor dining, in indoor fitness facilities, indoor entertainment facilities. This is going to be a requirement. The only way to patronize these establishments indoors will be if you're vaccinated, at least one dose. The same for folks in terms of work. They'll need at least one dose. This is crucial because we know that this will encourage a lot more vaccination. We've seen it already. We've seen the impact of the mandate we've put in place for city workers already starting to move people to vaccination. We've obviously seen the positive impact of incentive as well. The goal here is to convince everyone that this is the time. If we're going to stop the Delta variant, the time is now, and that means getting vaccinated right now. This new policy will be phased in over the coming weeks. So we've been working with the business community, getting input. We're going to do more over the next few weeks. The final details of the policy will be announced and implemented in the week of August 16th. So over the next couple of weeks, getting more feedback, finalizing the policy, publishing it, and beginning to implement it. We'll then spend most of a month educating people, going out to businesses, receiving calls from businesses, answering questions and concerns, making sure everyone understands the new approach. And then on September 13th, during that week, we'll begin inspections and enforcement. So we want to give businesses, big and small, a chance to get acclimated. We want to make adjustments based on their input. But this will move forward starting in the week of August 16th, and then full enforcement and inspection begins the week of September 13th, which is very pertinent because that's the first full week after Labor Day when we really expect a lot more activity in this city. Now, I'll tell you, we know those conversations with the business community are crucial. We've had a lot of them already. What we're hearing from so many folks in the business community is they understand it's time, but they need government to lead. That's going to help them to do what they need to do. Not everyone's going to agree with this. I understand that. But for so many people, this is going to be the life-saving act that we're putting a mandate in place. It's going to guarantee a much higher level of vaccination in this city, and that is the key to protecting people and the key to our recovery. That's why it's the key to NYC. The key to NYC Pass opens a lot of doors, and we need it. We'll be issuing a mayoral executive order and a health commissioner's order. Those are the legal tools necessary to implement this approach. And we know that this is what's going to turn the tide. And we also know that people are going to get a really clear message. If you want to participate in our society fully, you got to get vaccinated. You got to get vaccinated. It's time. All the answers, all the information's out there. You've seen over 160 million Americans get vaccinated safely. You've seen it make the difference. The only reason we're having the recovery is vaccination. So it's time. And this is going to send that message clearly. And the key to NYC Pass, this is an easy approach because to confirm vaccination, all you need is your vaccination card or the NYC COVID Safe app or the Excelsior app from the state. Any of those will do. So it's simple. Just show it and you're in. Everyone this summer already has been amazing in the city and a lot more to come. This approach is going to make clear. You want to enjoy everything great in this summer of New York City? Go get vaccinated. It will do for you so many things. It will make your life better. It will make all our lives better. I want you to hear from folks who have been working so hard on the response to COVID and who care so deeply. I want you to hear what they think of this new, clear, strong approach, the key to NYC Pass. First of all, the former acting administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. He was also a former senior advisor to the Biden White House COVID response team. He is a powerful voice for expanding access to health care in this country. And I really want to thank him for joining us. My pleasure to introduce Andy Slavitt.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for having me join us, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership. Let me spend 2 minutes emphasizing a couple of points. First of all, the Delta vaccine,
All right, everybody, you just heard it right here live on Live Now from Fox. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio announcing what he calls the key to NYC Pass, which means vaccines are going to be required for a lot of indoor activities and businesses. I'm talking dining, fitness, entertainment, and performances for workers and customers. De Blasio saying, quote, just show it. He's talking about your vaccination card and you're in. They're going to allow physical vaccination cards to be presented, and there's also going to be an app out there in New York City. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will be on Capitol Hill when you return. There's 2 different hearings that we're following here this morning.
as always, are insightful, powerful, and I agree wholeheartedly with his assessment and recommendations. Merriam-Webster defines terrorism as the systemic use of terror, especially as a means of coercion. Terror, in turn, is defined as a state of intense or overwhelming fear, and violence or the threat of violence used as a weapon of intimidation or coercion. Under these definitions, the Asian American community has been living under a state of terrorism for the past 18 months, and certainly in the first 6 months of 2021. A Pew report shows that over 60%, or approximately 60% of Asian adults have heard people express racist or racially insensitive views about people who are Asian than it was before COVID-19. A similar Ipsos survey in 2020 showed that over 60% of Asian Americans witnessed someone blaming Asian Americans for COVID-19. In the course of talking to the Asian American community, whether at community events, through employee resource groups at companies or government agencies, or just in casual conversations, some difficult themes have emerged. In these discussions, individuals have described how they have feared for their elders' safety, as well as that of their children and themselves. They have described telling elders not to go out alone, have described their own fear in doing the same, and how they have isolated themselves because of these issues. They have told stories of being spat upon, coughed upon, pushed, ridiculed in front of their children, and otherwise treated as the other, unworthy of respect as a human being. This is the lived reality of the Asian American community right now. If domestic terrorism is understood to be creating fear within a community, such that the community may be coerced, intimidated, or silenced, what has happened to the Asian American community must be properly viewed as terrorism. Indeed, the statistics confirm the basis for these fears. Through reporting done by Stop AAPI Hate, combined with data from Asian Americans Advancing Justice and other organizations, over 7,500 acts of anti-Asian hate have been reported since February of 2020. And we all know about the very real physical violence against our community, whether it is the murder of an 84-year-old Thai American in California, the murder of 6 Asian American women in Atlanta, or the murder of 4 Sikh Americans in Indianapolis, not to mention the countless other acts of physical violence taking place throughout the country. This violence against the Asian American community is rooted in 2 very dangerous stereotypes about the Asian American community, that of the perpetual foreigner and that of the model minority. Asian Americans are seen as the perpetual foreigner, such that we are seen as foreigners, not of this country, as of the other, regardless of how long we have been in this country or whether we were born in America. On the flip side of that stereotype is that of the model minority, where Asian Americans are held up as the quote-unquote good people of color when it is convenient, and used to plant seeds of division within allied communities of color. That model minority myth hides the complexities of our community and the economic disparities that exist among Asian Americans. Although the current round of anti-Asian hate can be said to have its origins in COVID-19, COVID-19 is not the only cause of anti-Asian violence. We have very legitimate geopolitical differences with the Chinese government, and that is likely to remain for the foreseeable future. If we are not careful, however, those differences will have consequences for our Asian American community, and we can expect a backlash against our community. We saw that happen with the incarceration of over 120,000 Americans of Japanese descent during World War II. We saw that happen in the backlash against the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, South Asian American community after 9/11. And we saw that happen with the murder of Vincent Chin 39 years ago during the heightened automobile trade war tensions that we had with Japan. Indeed, just as lynching and cross burning are used as forms of terror against the African American community, we have seen the same in the Asian American community. While Asian Americans were doing some of the hardest work building the transcontinental railroad in the late 1800s, we saw Asian Americans being lynched and burned out of their homes in the western part of this country. We must be able to address these issues with a proper nuance and come together to call out xenophobia, racism, and hate whenever it occurs against our communities. And we must call out misinformation, disinformation before it distorts reality. The dehumanization of Asian Americans by suggesting that we eat bats, have unsanitary habits, or deserve to be ridiculed must be rejected. Likewise, misinformation about who is attacking Asian Americans must be corrected. Notwithstanding attempts by some to create divisions within the community between African Americans and Asian Americans, let me be clear about one thing. Studies done by NIH and University of Michigan have shown that, notwithstanding these social media efforts, over 75% of the attackers against Asian Americans are Caucasians. a very small percentage are African Americans. The person who killed 6 Asian American women in Atlanta was Caucasian, a Caucasian male, as was the person that killed 4 Sikh Americans in Indianapolis. African Americans are not the predominant group attacking Asian Americans, and such narratives are simply false. Facts, education, and data are the keys to addressing extremism. We cannot normalize racism and xenophobic behavior of those who seek to silence communities of color. Normalizing racism and xenophobia has created the conditions where people feel comfortable terrorizing other communities, inserting their privileges to intimidate and marginalize those communities. These are the issues we must confront if we are to prevent citizens in our country from terrorizing other residents of our country. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your comments. Our next witness is Mr. Paul Goldenberg, Vice Chair of the Department of Homeland Security's Faith-Based Council and Senior Advisor to the Department's newly established Countering Violent Extremism Initiative. Prior to his current roles, Mr. Goldenberg played a key role in efforts to counter violent extremism in the United States and Europe, including as Chief of the Office of Bias Crimes and Community Relations in New Jersey. He is considered an international thought leader in information sharing, conflict resolution, public safety, and counterterrorism policy. Mr. Goldenberg, welcome to the committee. You may proceed with your opening remarks.
Be on record that I'm not your representative of the Department of Homeland. Thank you. Very good. Your microphone on? Okay. Is it on now? Is the mic on now? Bring it closer. Yes? It's on now? Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Goldenberg, and I am here today as a senior fellow with the Rutgers University Miller Center for Community Resilience and Protection. And as I just stated, I most recently served as a senior advisor to the United States Department of Homeland Security, where there I was a member of the Secretary's Advisory Council. And while in that capacity, I did in fact head several initiatives focused on domestic and international terrorism, such as the Countering Violent Extremism Subcommittee, the Foreign Fighter Task Force, and yes, more recently had the honor and privilege of serving alongside United States Marine Corps General John Allen, retired, where we together co-chaired the subcommittee for the prevention of targeted violence against faith-based communities. Before that, I did command the nation's first ever state office dedicated to the investigation and prosecution of bias crimes and domestic terrorism, situated in New Jersey. I'm very proud and honored to be here today speaking with your committee on these topics, and I sincerely applaud you, chairmen, members of your steadfast commitment and unwavering support to address these serious matters impacting our nation's national security. Look, in framing my testimony, I think it's important first beyond America's borders. Across Europe, houses of worship are surrounded by elite military units, standard with automatic weaponry, reinforced by heavy arsenal carriers. Guard towers augment the once stately and welcome entryways. Flower beds have been swapped for barbed wire, all at a cost of hundreds of millions of euros, and producing a dreadful, unbelievable impact on the psyche of Europe's people. You see, Europe has become America's canary in a mine. In my work with Rutgers, along with former New Jersey Attorney General John Farmer, we traveled across Europe where we met with victims, painstakingly following the stories of those who suffered horrific attacks on their communities and houses of worship. Right here in the United States, as part of our work with the HSAC subcommittee, we had the sobering and humbling experience of meeting members of communities who had directly experienced the terror and violence, many of which were themselves victims of targeted attacks. Without exception, as these communities worked through their grief, They were so eager and committed to helping the members of our subcommittee with our work. You see, the adverse impact that violent extremists and domestic terrorists, including those inspired by white supremacist ideologies, are having on vulnerable communities are difficult to overstate. From Oak Creek, Wisconsin, to Whitefish, Montana, from Southern California to Sutherland, Texas, from Minneapolis to Pittsburgh, targeted violent attacks against vulnerable communities and the institutions they represent have struck at the very core of American freedoms, standing out not just for the escalating death toll, but for the cruelty of wounding and killing people at their most vulnerable, while assembled in their houses of worship for prayer. What was once unthinkable has become almost anticipated. The increasing influence of white supremacist, separatist, radical right, left extremist ideologies in inspiring acts of domestic terror and targeted violence is moreover not a matter of political opinion, but a demonstrable fact. Most attacks are committed primarily by lone attackers, as opposed to organized cells or through a system of cells. There are, however, a lot of similarities to the attacks once perpetrated by ISIS, jihadists, white and black separatist groups, and other extremists. They're acting very much alike. These bad actors are radicalized and freely communicate as a part of a wide-ranging movement. The social media platforms and individuals that frequent and govern these sites have implemented a comprehensive transnational outlook, very much like ISIS inspired and connected with their potential radicals across the globe. While supremacist and similar violent extremist groups now share manifestos, conspiracy theorists, hate literature, and are connecting daily with like-minded.
Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be continuing to listen in to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio after essentially announcing a lot of vaccine mandates for workers and customers of a lot of indoor settings in New York City. We'll be right back.
A leader in the areas of small business and economic development who understands how crucial it is to bring back this city, also represents communities hit hard by COVID, and understands how important it is to maximize vaccination at this moment. My pleasure to represent from Queens, State Senator James Sanders, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I trust you can hear me, sir.
Yes, we can indeed, Senator. And we have a beautiful picture of you up on the screen, too.
Well, the picture, I've never looked better. I will say that, sir, it is true that I represent the Southeast Queens, the area that did the second highest amount of dying at one point in the entire nation. And to all of the skeptics who say that this does not exist, I can introduce you to the people who were responsible for loading the bodies out. We are dealing with a life-threatening crisis of no small magnitude. I also find myself in a strange place of we have the highest rate of non-vaccinated people in New York City. There's a madness afoot here, sir, and only government can make a difference here. If we do not take a strong stand and say you cannot, you have the right to your body, of course, but you do not have the right to kill other people here. And we're speaking in that sense. A strong stance needs to be taken. Yes, it will be controversial, but your stance, when we look back in history on this one, and this will be a defining moment in your government. Your stance on this COVID-19 has been correct from the very beginning with the right tempo. Had we followed that, we would have saved dozens, hundreds of people, perhaps thousands that we have lost. And history will not be kind to those who took a different position. So I applaud you in this one. I applaud you, and I see you. I believe that I have a letter to you also saying that every public event we should have a truck vaccination upon demand act. So I absolutely stand with you on behalf of all of the people who are really doing the dying in here. This is not a theoretical conversation for us. You'll forgive my passion to all the naysayers, but unless you could come up with a better way to save my neighbors, then you should not.
All right, everybody. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio bringing in other people from across the Big Apple to talk about the key to New York City pass or vaccine requirements. We have Senator Chuck Schumer, who just wrapped up on the Senate floor. I was going to take you to him live, but it appears his remarks were short-lived. So we'll continue to listen in here to New York City. If I do see Mitch McConnell, I will bring you his remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
We need strong measures. So thank you. Thank you for supporting this. And your point about getting more and more of those mobile vaccination sites out, that's exactly what we believe in. And you'll be seeing them at more and more places people congregate, because we want people to right then have that moment of inspiration, come get that first shot, and then they're on their way to a lot more safety and a lot more freedom. Thank you, Senator. Now, everyone, I want you to hear from two leaders of the business community and two folks who will be directly affected by this policy and believe in it because they understand the frontline impact that COVID is having on their customers and their employees. First of all, a New York City legend. She and her family have created literally one of the greatest and most famous dining institutions in all the history of New York City, and that's saying a lot. We are arguably the greatest restaurant city in the world. I would argue with anyone on that anytime. I think we are. And to be one of the greatest all time, well, that says a lot. I also want to thank her and her family and everyone at the restaurant because they donated food to people in need during the pandemic. They are always there for the community and now taking a lead in helping to make sure more and more New Yorkers get vaccinated. From the legendary Sylvia's Restaurant in Harlem, my great pleasure to introduce Triness Woods Black.
Babiana, come get your phone. Hurry, hurry.
Well, I have a little lead in here.
Run, come get your phone.
All right, let's see. Triness, are you out there? Let's check. Hold on, we'll go to the next person and come back. Okay, we're going to hold on Triness for a moment. There's a good lead up, though. So, another great business leader, and she has created one of the great, we all love our events in New York City, and we love the food and the way the events are put together and the specialness. One of the great catering businesses in this city, known for its creativity, its quality, its great performances. A woman who founded Great Performances and who always gives back to the city, including as founder of the Sylvia Center to improve children's health. She is always there when the city of New York needs her. My pleasure.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I am joining you live from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. We are approaching 11 a.m. here on the East Coast. That means 8 a.m. on the West Coast. If you've been with us all morning, thank you. If you're just joining us, thank you. If you happen to miss what New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is calling the key to NYC pass, it is vaccine requirements or mandates for many indoor settings, just head on over to our YouTube page. You'll be able to like, share, comment as many times as you'd like, as well as watch it over and over again. We are following several different live events right now coming into the Live Now from Fox East Coast hub. I'm going to take you out to the Senate floor right now, and that's because so many people are wondering, is this infrastructure bill going to pass? Well, they're discussing the $1.2 trillion price tag and what's in that bill right now. So let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
Partisan infrastructure plan invests $65 billion to address our nation's digital divide once and for all. And I would note, Mr. President, that is in addition to the previous funding that we've provided in the COVID bills to help bridge the digital divide. Also, in the March $1.9 trillion bill, There is language that was authored by Senator Manchin that allows states to use some of the allocation that they receive to invest in broadband. In addition, I'm hopeful that we will consider and adopt an amendment that Senator Cornyn has authored that will give more flexibility to states to invest in broadband using some of the allocation that they receive. Our bill, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, would provide more than $42 billion in grants to states for deployment. It does not favor particular technologies or providers, and projects would have to meet a minimum download-upload build standard of 100/20 megabits per second. The funding includes a 10% set aside for high-cost areas, and each state, territory, and the District of Columbia would receive an initial minimum allocation, a portion of which could be used for technical assistance in supporting or establishing a state broadband office. In my state of Maine, the governor has used some of those COVID funds in order to establish a new Maine Connect authority that will be very helpful. States would be required to prioritize deployment in unserved areas first. That is so important. Then they could move to underserved areas. Mr. President, I talked to a selectman recently from Swans Island off the coast of Maine. They desperately need access to broadband services, and they do not have it. I'm thinking of what a difference it would make to the lives of the people who live on that island. I've also talked to people in northern Maine, for example, the town of Easton, Maine, where one family told me that it would cost $15,000 for them to be connected to the internet. They don't have that kind of money, Mr. President. Few people in Maine do. So that's why there's another part of our bill that speaks to affordability. And in this provision, which is, we've plussed up to $14.2 billion, additional funds would be devoted to subsidize broadband service for eligible households that meet need-based criteria. An example would be eligibility for school lunches. Mr. President, I will talk a little further about this later. I see the Republican leader has arrived on the floor. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader is recognized.
It's been a little more than 6 months since the Biden administration and our Democratic-led Congress were sworn in. So let's zoom out from the daily political drama and ask the simplest possible question. How's it going? How's the leadership working out for middle-class families? Or put more directly, what big aspects of our national life could Democrats even claim are headed in the right direction on their watch? In January, our Democratic friends inherited the most favorable trend lines that any incoming administration could possibly ask for. 3 safe and effective vaccines had been discovered, developed, and were already spreading across our country. Our economy was packed with dry powder and ready for an historic comeback. It was already morning in America when this Democratic government showed up. Mostly what they had to do was not get in the way. So where are we 6 months in? The U.S. economy has broken some recent records, mostly the wrong ones. Inflation just clocked its steepest 12-month increase in more than a decade. The month before, a separate measure of core inflation rose at its fastest rate since 1992. Higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, soaring costs for everything from household purchases to automobiles to housing itself. Now, inflation is painful enough, but it isn't the only problem. Employment growth has not been fast enough. Last quarter, GDP grew much more slowly than anticipated. 6 months and trillions of dollars of government spending into the Democratic efforts at a recovery, and Gallup says America's economic confidence is still only neutral. We're not where we need to be. What about the rule of law? There's still an historic surge in people trying to come across our southern border. But administration officials have spent far more energy denying responsibility for the problem than trying to fix it. Catch and release is still the name of the game. According to news reports, out of tens of thousands of illegal immigrants who've simply been released into the interior of our country without a court date, now listen to this, just 13% have shown up at their mandatory meeting with ICE afterwards. So the border is functionally open. Especially absurd at a time when many leaders are asking American citizens to step up various COVID precautions. Not much testing, social distancing, or mask wearing is happening in the Rio Grande Valley. Meanwhile, a surge in violent crime, including record-breaking murders in many places, has too many citizens afraid of their own city streets. Perhaps our Democratic friends think foreign policy is going well. I sure wish it were. The president's rush pullback from Afghanistan has left our friends and partners in the lurch and rolled out a red carpet for a Taliban takeover that is already underway. Its approach to Iran appears to be promising big concessions to our adversary for no reason, even as their terrorist proxies continue to attack U.S., Israeli, and Arab interests all across the region. While I appreciate the administration's tough talk on Russia and China, those words ring hollow when they fail to impose real consequences on cyber attacks and propose to cut our defense spending after inflation. So what about COVID-19 itself? Certainly the pandemic is not the fault of any administration or any political party. But this administration boasted with great confidence they had a playbook that was guaranteed to crush the virus. They've continued to roll out the vaccines the prior administration developed, and for that they certainly deserve some credit. But especially recently, Americans have received far too many mixed messages and muddied communications about masks, vaccines, and what risks remain and for whom. Meanwhile, the Democrats' allies and the teachers' unions continue to speculate publicly that perhaps schools may not remain open this fall after all. They're flirting with another lost year for our kids. Even when there are safe and effective vaccines that can reduce adults' risk of grave illness to almost nil, and when we know that mercifully this virus has mostly spared children from serious illness the whole time. So look, everyone is rooting for America. Everyone is rooting for the recovery that middle-class families deserve. But that is not what Democrats' decisions and policies are delivering. No wonder America's optimism has been in free fall the last few months. One survey found that a majority, 55%, are pessimistic about where the country is headed in the coming year. That pessimism has increased almost 20 percentage points since just this spring. The soul of America has not been restored. It is anxious. It is uneasy. And in too many cases, the more the Democrats' policies have taken effect, the more problems American families have faced. Now, certainly, the 6-month mark still provides plenty of time for my Democratic colleagues to recalibrate. We have already notched some bipartisan wins here in the Senate. Our colleagues could put away the partisan approach that has already supercharged inflation, slowed rehiring, and is setting back our national security. But alas, our Democratic colleagues are signaling they're still addicted to going it alone. My friends on the other side are signaling that a few days from now, just a few days from now, they'll begin the process of ramming through reckless, multi-trillion-dollar taxing and spending spree that will stick middle-class families with higher costs, more inflation, fewer jobs, and lower wages. It's not the strategy that will turn around Democrats' lackluster report card. It will do just the opposite. It almost seems designed to make every problem that families are facing considerably worse. It would meet significant inflation with another massive avalanche of printing and borrowing. It would hammer a tenuous economic recovery with historic tax hikes and job-killing Green New Deal regulations. It would, for some reason, respond to a live border crisis with a big amnesty to lure even more people here illegally. No working American in Kentucky or anyone else crisis with a big amnesty to lure even more people here illegally. No working American in Kentucky or anyone else would look at a plan like this and get on board. And neither will, Mr. President, a single Republican. If Washington Democrats really want to take the remarkable head start they inherited at the dawn of this recovery year and squander it through bad policy, they'll need to do it all alone.
And as Senator Mitch
Mr.
McConnell wraps up
President.
his remarks,
Senator
let's
from Maine
go
is
ahead
recognized.
and
Thank you,
continue to give you more news stories here across our country. Of course, the infrastructure bill is going to be something that these senators are going to be discussing here today. We can pop in and out of that Senate floor, but what we want to do is continue to give you some of the breaking news that happened this morning. New York City going to be making people have the vaccine to enter in some of these indoor facilities as well as events. And this is a huge announcement. Of course, there's a lot of coronavirus updates that we're going to be getting here across the country as New York City is kind of leading the way. There may be more cities who follow suit, making masks a requirement and vaccines also a requirement. So let's go back into that briefing. We do have the mayor answering questions from reporters. We're going to be listening in live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
The workforce, like restaurants that are already short-staffed.
So, two important questions. I'm going to talk about the staffing for a second and then turn to Dr. Choksi on the enforcement. Obviously, Department of Health already, way before COVID, plays an important role in restaurant inspections. But first, on the staffing, look, this is to protect everyone in the restaurant community, entertainment community, the employees and the customers alike. What I really believe, Lisa, is that this will inspire people to get vaccinated. This is what we've heard from a lot of business people. They believe that their employees need one more push. And certainly since a lot of folks we're talking about are younger, we know it for a fact that younger New Yorkers want to live the full life of the city, and an incentive to getting vaccinated would be if you can fully participate. Also, a disincentive would be if you're shut out of a lot of things you want to do. A lot of young people, including who work in restaurants and bars, want to go to restaurants and bars themselves. So I think you're going to see an incentive in reality, plus the literal $100 incentive. We believe as this kind of approach grows, and you're seeing it starting to happen now in the private sector and other areas, it's going to become more and more the norm. We want it to become the norm. I'm taking this action in part to inspire others to follow suit. On the question of the inspections, again, we're going to take some time to get people ready, and we're not going to be issuing any fines before September. But it's pretty straightforward. You check someone's vaccination status at the door. I mean, people check in to go to a restaurant, a bar, or anything. You check their vaccination status. If they have it, great. If they don't, turn around. Dr. Choksi, you want to speak to that?
Thank you, sir. I'll just add briefly, we consider this a matter of safety and health. And so that's what our enforcement paradigm will reflect. In the same way that we take precautions to ensure food safety and other health and hygiene standards, that's what we will be aiming for with respect to enforcement of the Key to NYC. This will be not just health department inspectors, but a multi-agency set of inspectors who will be able to enforce those rules. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The next is Juan Manuel from New York One.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, Juan Manuel. How you been?
Very good, thank you. So positivity rate is already over 3%, and the Delta variant has taught us that we still don't know a lot of things about the COVID-19 virus. We're still more than a month away from September 13th. So given that infections are quickly going up every day in New York City, why not mandating proof of vaccination sooner, or also mandate masks indoors immediately, or proof of a negative test at public venues like Congressman Espaillat and Councilman Levine have asked the city to do, and a city like Paris just started doing this week?
Juan Manuel, we're looking at every option. Everything's on the table. As I said, we've been climbing the ladder. More and more announcements, more and more new strategies all the time. Everything's on the table. But the most important piece is vaccination. I said yesterday, I'm going to say again, our strategy is vaccine-centric. Anything and everything we do is to support vaccination. Anything less than vaccination isn't going to get us where we need to go. So we're certainly ready to look at any additional options, but right now what we want to nail is people getting vaccinated and, very bluntly, showing that life is much better when you're vaccinated. You can do so much more when you're vaccinated. You have more freedom when you're vaccinated, and you have a lot less. You have fewer choices, fewer opportunities if you're not vaccinated. That's where we're strategically focused now. We can always make additions, but that's where we're focused now. Go ahead, Juan Manuel.
Most of the speakers today, they said that the time to act is now, and the big elephant in the room is public schools. We could be way above 5% positivity rate by the time they reopen in September. So are you going to mandate teachers to get the shot? And do you have a plan B for parents who might fear sending their children to school?
Juan Manuel, school will open September 13th, and it's imperative to the health and safety of our kids that they be in a place that provides them everything they need. And again, I'm talking about not just COVID as a consideration, but all other physical and mental health considerations. We have talked about this, and I'll turn to Dr. Varma and Dr. Choksi. Our healthcare leaders adamantly believe in bringing back school. Now, Juan Manuel, let's get the facts. We had a gold standard of health and safety measures that worked extraordinarily well even before we had any vaccinations. So yes, of course, Delta is a new ballgame, but let's be clear. With no vaccinations at all, we made New York City public schools safe with really intensive health and safety measures, including everyone wearing a mask in the school, which will continue. Well, now we have 10 million vaccination doses since that time, and a high level of vaccination among our school employees. We're going to be augmenting that with an intensive drive to get kids 12 years old and up vaccinated in time for school. So we have the tools to keep schools safe, and we need to get our kids back to school. As to any other measures we may take, stay tuned. We're looking at all options. But I want to put in perspective why right now we're in a very strong position, even compared to where we were when we had to start school in the context of COVID with no vaccinations available. With that, first Dr. Varma, then Dr. Choksi, if there's anything you want to add.
Great. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel, for the question. And we do understand why family members, parents, children themselves, may be concerned. We have talked repeatedly about how this new strain of COVID is something that we should be very worried about and taking action. But we should really emphasize what the mayor has been talking about